Good morning, everybody. This is the time for Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest 2023. Thank you for joining. And I am the Internet Idol M. Hidaka, and I will be the moderator for both the opening and closing. And for today, similarly to day 1 and day 2, we have a guest again. Okay, let's redo this again. As the opening speaker, we have a guest. Pobo-san, can you introduce yourself? In Fintech, I'm working as an architect. My name is Pobo. Nice to meet you all. Thank you. Today, after this, I will be talking about the housekeeping rules, and then he will be sharing with us his recommended sessions. This is day 3, and this is final day, and it's a little bit sad to see that this is the last day. But Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest is an online technical conference for 3 days, and today is the last day. This is the last day where we can spend the time with you, and we want to deepen the interest around our technology based on the relationship from the business. And this is a conference to understand about the engineering. And this year's theme is Unleash Fintech. And so, of course, the technical activities in Merpay and Mercoin is something that we want to cover, but also we want to talk about the new challenges in the fintech area as well. And today's session is fundamental technology and organization, and I'm sure many of you might be interested. Yes, I'm sure there are a lot of interesting sessions today. And before we introduce them, I have some housekeeping rules that we want to cover. This event is available in both Japanese and English. The URL is in the description part of YouTube, so please choose the channel of your choice to enjoy the session. The description might be a bit small, and so please click on enlarge to see the URL. We have a separate channel for different languages. Next slide. This is an announcement around code of conduct. We have more than 50 people attending the session today already. And when you're making comments on the comment box, we want to make sure that there's no harassment. This applies to everybody, but we want you to experience the event with a safe manner and reassuring manner. And the code of conduct is available in detail, so please confirm the code of conduct page in participating in this event. Thank you. And the third point, this is most important. Sorry, I skipped. We skipped a corner for practicing the comments. We're waiting for your comments. And in YouTube or chat or X, please use this hashtag to make comments. And in this chat box, the operation people or the speaker people are watching the comment, so you can ask questions if you like. So it might be difficult to just ask questions, so we'll have a practice session. Today's practice theme is, what do you pour on top of fried eggs? What sort of seasoning do you use for fried eggs? That's the question that we have, and since this is a great opportunity, please post your answer in the chat box. Pobo, what do you use? What seasoning do you use for fried eggs? I like salt. Well, depending on the family, people might have different preference. But does everybody in your family eat with salt? Yes, everybody in my family uses salt. And I did some research beforehand. I think the mainstream is salt, soy sauce or sauce, but some people would use maple syrup. So I'd like to know what sort of rare preference people might have in the comments. Well, this is very interesting. I mean, it's very interesting to know the preference bulldog sauce, crazy salt, ketchup, mayonnaise. Some people prefer that bulldog sauce. So let's try this out. Some people said rock salt, and I thought that was quite interesting. I mean, there are different types of salt, so I thought that is quite interesting. Well, when we talk about technology and options, there might be so many more options, and this might even relate to D&I. It's okay to be particular about one option, but being able to choose from different options is part of diversity. So with the comments that were sent in, I might try out a different option. Well, Ponzu might be good. Well, all the options seems quite good, so I might try out. I think I'll try out maple syrup to see what sort of taste it has. So I hope that you will ask comments casually during the session too. And the speakers are actually watching the comments. I mean, it would be nice if you ask me comments and questions. And let's move on to the important notice that I mentioned earlier. Well, we are conducting surveys every day, and today is the final day. And some people might be waiting until the last day to make a lot of comments in the survey at the end. And we have already only collected a survey from 30 people, and the people in the operations are really looking forward to getting more survey. And we're giving away gifts to 100 people, so you are really lucky. I mean, if you answer the survey, you might be able to win some of this award. But I think the probability of winning the gift is really high, and so I think this is a great opportunity. I mean, if you only have 50 respondents, you might get 2 gifts if you're lucky. You'd be really surprised if you get 2 gifts. So if it exceeds 100 people, it would be a lottery, but we have only received 30 so far, and so you have a great chance of winning. And you can get an Unleashed Mercari Tech book as well. Yes, since it's a technical conference, we thought that we should have everybody enjoy the book, so that's why we prepared that. I think this is one of the features, so I hope you would like it. Well, we have a lot of talk sessions. All the talk sessions are great, but I want Pobo to choose his recommendation. Next slide. Well, all the sessions today are very interesting, but I have picked up 2. Session for recommendation 1 is the fake clock microservice, hacking the time and test. And I think when you're developing the system, and you might be building systems that are linked to your own country's time, but in order to do the QA and test, you might want to change the time. And you might be experiencing that. And in my previous company, I used to build systems like that. If it's a monolithic application, it's relatively easy. I mean, you can use the request as a trigger and build a standard time and use that as the application that can be deployed. But if you try to do this in microservice, you might wonder how that's done. I mean, it's not done from the beginning. For a system that's already built, how do you introduce a system that would hack the time? And with regards to that, different ideas were considered, and as a result, they will talk about what they decided to do. So I'm really looking forward to it.
It seems to be a good presentation because the microservice, it needs to be independent. However, we need to put the same kind of constraints in it, right? Yes, microservice, and that should be independent. However, there is going to be some the common area where we have to respect the time, and then we have to implement it. And there is a difficulty, but it's kind of the fun place. So it's going to be right after this opening. So please look forward to hear this. And the next, please. And the other one is Mercoin, is settlement microservice transaction management. And there's a technology to support this, and that is going to be the presentation. And microservice, and it's pretty complicated, it's pretty difficult. And when there is a multiple microservice across, and in the case database is independent, and data using the transaction of the data base. And try to find that the good coordinations in which we will not be able to do it. And then even though there's several patterns, and if we implement onto this patterns, but still it's get complicated. So we should have that the common kind of the workflow to make that it will be easier to do it in the microservice. And then also, in order to check, there is a microservice exclusively used, and that can be used in a common manner. And therefore, the people who is doing that microservice, I think that is going to be quite interesting. So thank you very much. Those two sessions that have been mentioned. And the third one, and there is the starting from 110, there's a Pobo-san's presentations, and please look forward that. Yes, third one is going to be, so we would like to ask you to give us a comment as well. And now, we have talked about the highlights, and we would like to move on to the slide. And day 3 is going to be starting after this. And let's enjoy together. And please wait until the next session, and we'll be starting pretty soon. And with this, I would like to close the opening. Thank you very much. Let's have fun. This is going to be the final day. Thank you for waiting. Sorry, it took some time until we could start. And now, the session that we will talk about the unpaid click microservice and how to hack the time and execute the test. And I kind of practiced to say something in the other room, but my voice was so weak. And how about everybody? And let's start from the self-introduction. My name is Wakame, and in the Merpay Solution Tool team, and the changing the settings, and then creating the data, and there is a kind of requirement, and I would like to do that. And Hirako in the middle, and in Merpay credit design team, that's where I am at, and Merpay the postpaid or the credit checking service backend engineer, and that is my role. Thank you. And Tanaka-san, please. My name is Tanaka. In 2021, January, I joined the Merpay, and now I'm in the credit design team, and I'm a backend engineer, and I try to create the credit every day to create the smooth society. So you are too from the credit design team, right? And in the Merpay and the business domain is the most complex in that team, and how you suffered in the past, and that's something that we are going to discuss today, right? And next, please. And now this is going to be the real-time presentation, and therefore onto the YouTube chat, and you can ask questions, or on the Twitter hashtag Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest, and you can post the questions, and then we, if we have a capacity in the case, we'll be able to answer to you at the real time. Now, in the sessions, and this is what we would like to talk about, and the time and the test, the issues, which we would like to talk about it, and then and the paid click service, which is a solution towards that challenge, and then at the end, and we would like to do that talk session, and now we would like to sort of start from the to build the common understanding. Let's discuss about the what is the problem here, and as of now. The time is a basis when we create the logic, and then we Merpay, we are in the financial domains, and therefore this quite happens. And this is a Merpay's deferred or the post pay, and this is from the help page. And on the August 1st, and you purchase something, and on the August 31, and then there's the settlement, and then in the September 30th, and there's a payment days. So there's a 2 days. 2 months of the life cycle, and if we are going to test this, in that case, the QA will require the 2 months, and we cannot actually have that much of the QA. And in order to create the test data, you may have, and then after that, you may have to create another 2 months, and because we fix it, and then we would like to release right away. And if we want to test in a more efficient way. And this is something that we would like to do. And we would like to change the time to make it like August 1st. And then purchasing can be tested. And then we change to that September 1. And then the billing batch is going to be tested. And then after 30th of the September, which is going to be October 1st, and this is overdue testing. And that's what we would like to conduct as a test. And in Merpay internally, this is something that we've been implementing, and on the test environment, and there is the API exclusively used for that, and debug set now, and those are the APIs, and that's been implemented in all over the places. And against this, and then we set up the time, and then in that case, accordingly, the time is going to be fixed. So you'll be able to actually take the pins, and then I think that it may work. However, still there is an issue here, and I would like to go over one by one. And the biggest one will be microservice architecture that we are using in companies, and then there is a multiple microservices, and that causes a problem. And in order to realize the one functionalities, and then several microservices are used. And therefore, the set now have to be done for each of them. Otherwise, you cannot get that required situation. And if you set the A, B, and however, there's a C that you may forget to set, and that might happen quite often, and that will cause a problem. And for the ABC, the back API is implemented, and that's a waste, and that is another issue. So, if you forget the one at the settings, and that would be a problem, and then the debugger is going to be a lot of work. And in the production, it should not happen, and therefore, we don't really consider when we write the code. So even though the time is differences from the other microservices, and we don't know what the problem will be until it actually happens. And before, the snapshot record was to be recorded. However, that time was completely fixed, and therefore, there was the 2 that we wanted to insert. And in that case, the record was duplicated, and therefore, you get the error message. And that happened in the past. So that is the fixed time, and that was the problem, right? Yes. And there's another issue. And for the test environment, entire environment, we set the time, and therefore the test, if there's a multiple test tasks and multiple case is executed at the same time, and a person would be like August 1st, and that is the time set, and then B may overwrite on the August 15th, and the A and B person will have a problem in the case. And for the concurrent test, and the test environment needs to be prepared for the numbers of the testers, and we try to implement and execute it. And however, you have to prepare the lots of environment, and then that is a lot of work as well as a waste. And then A's environment might be stable, but not B's environment. In the case, maybe it could be like a bug, or there's many different cases as well. Now, let me summarize, and this is what we want. And the concurrent testing that we would like to achieve in the board with just a one operation, or the single operation, we want to change the microservice time for each of them. and not DEE environment, but per request, and we would like to manipulate the time so that we'll be able to conduct a concurrent test. And then and not having the multiple environment, but we want to check and easily manipulate the time, and that's what we would like to do.
So on our side, we have considered many options, and at the end, we came up with fake clock service at the end, like it says in the title, but I will explain one by one. At the beginning, having different environments is one way. At the necessary timing, the microservices will be replicated when necessary. That was one idea we had. And the state will be very similar to the production environment, and it might be stable. But when you ramp up an environment from scratch, no matter how optimized it is, it could take few minutes, so it's not easy to use them casually. So you might want to get a test data right away, so this will not be fulfilled. Yeah, if the environment is being ramped up, you might have to wait for the build, and we want to execute the test in CI. So the other option was translating using metadata. The contents of the microservices starts from some sort of a request. And if it's an HTTP request, the HTTP head, the metadata part, can include the current time, and the service that receives it first can send that metadata to the microservices behind them. And that way, in all the metadata, the time can be set based on the request. It seems pretty good. Yes, and we thought that this would work, but there was one issue, which was a case where an external system was there in the middle. There are some services that are built by the third party. If it's within Merpay, we could have worked around it. We could have asked them to send the metadata, but for an external system, even if we asked them to prepare a system to set the time, it would not be easy. So the internal system Z will not work. Only when they come back through callback, the actual time will be responded. So the logic will not work. And even for the internal systems, due to workload or due to priority issues, if any of the services could not deploy the metadata transmission, then service D behind service C will not be able to receive the metadata. So the issue was that we were not able to implement this one by one. And because we don't have this in the production environment, it was hard for some people to introduce this. And what we get is to ramp up a microservice. The issue of microservices can be solved by having another microservice. That was the idea. Is that really true? Well, let me explain that. In the middle, a new microservice called fake clock service is ramped up, and this would be the master of the time. However, one service will have a master clock, which means that the service A, B, C, D will have the same time, and that way you cannot increase the parallelism. So the time management level should be on a user basis. So user ID is used as a basis to capture the time. And as long as the user is different, it can manage different time. That's what we wanted to do. So that way, you can handle many different requests in one environment. That's the idea, right? Yes. And we thought that this was pretty good. On a user basis, we do the test pretty much. And so if we wanted to have more parallelism, we should just have more users. We do that all the time. Yes. We have functions to create users from scratch, so we just do this quite a lot. With the metadata issue that I mentioned earlier, we had difficulty because we had the external system in the middle. But if at the timing where the information came back from the external system, once you call on the fake clock, we can go back to the original time, and that's a strong benefit. And it's the same with the external system. Even if there's a service that's not deployed, we can give the benefit to the services that are already deployed, so it can be applied partially. But the problem is that we can't build a service in the environment, production environment, so the structure will be different. And the fight clock service is limited to the test environment, and it could be a single point of failures. And if the fake clock goes down, all the services are asking the time for fake clock service. And so if this goes down, it would impact all the other services. So there's a disadvantage that would be a single point of failure. So we tried it out, and we're working on it right now. We haven't completed the deployment yet. But the problem, well, there are many different problems. Yes. Well, we're in the phase of introducing this into different microservices, and so we don't have the knowledge of the actual operation yet. In terms of the status, the SDK and the microservice itself is already realized. And user to cool is already in operation. Maybe Wakame-san can explain this. So the internal debug operation can be used using Slack commands, and the interface for setting the options are already there. Yes. In the user tool, the time is set, and we're just creating a user who has only purchased one thing, and internally we are managing the time. So as a tool that is touched for the first time, a lot of people use it, but that is already implemented. However, when this is implemented to microservice, the validation is quite hard, so that is why it stopped. And we will be discussing that in the panel discussion. So that is pretty much it for sharing of the precondition. So let's get some comments. If you have questions, yes, we can answer that. I mean, once we get into the panel discussion, we may not be able to read the questions, so maybe we can answer the questions now. So internal question, there's an additional one hop, so the response might be slower, is the question we got. And with regards to that, so far, we want to achieve the function first, and I think being able to reduce the QA time is the first priority. And if that happens in the future, we can combine with the metadata. We don't have to capture the clock, and that's another thing that we're considering. But this is what we have for now. Well, as a load test, if you wanted to measure the performance, even in a testing environment, we can cut the connection to fake clock, so we can adjust that. And in case of load test, one load test will not go over different time zones. For example, the past payment if you wanted to do a load test on a user who made a purchase before, and so we can build that beforehand. And I think it's okay to be a bit slow, so I don't think there's no impact. Oh, we're getting a lot of questions. Microservices, when they capture the time, you're using the user ID all the time?
The internet access token is going to be given, and for that, and user customer ID is always included in there, and therefore, gRPC interceptors and those kind of the layers, user ID can be checked. And therefore, next question, pay clerk request. When do you send the request? And gRPC interceptor, and so the request is received at the servers, and then once it will go to fetch, and to add, and for the future. Now, we're using the user ID to get that, and however, depending on the service, and the user ID may not be a key in some case, and for the future, we would like to support that, and therefore, not user ID, but the other, any key could be available in the future, and that is going to be the future support. And the concurrency needs to be maintained as long as the concurrency can be kept, and that's okay. Thank you very much for the questions, and then we would like to move on to the panel discussion. And there's a lot of topics, and then something around like 10 minutes or so. So we would like to go fast. And which state where we're at now, and that's something that we have already told you. And there's excuse. Merpay Tech Fest, and we have to speak here. And when you apply for the speakers, and we were told that do you want to do the presenter, and I thought that 1 or 2 is going to be completed in the implementation. And I thought we wanted to say that, yes, we finished implementation. However, there was a delay, and therefore, we are at this situation now. And in terms of the microservice itself, since the Wakamba-san joined, and it goes really fast. So that did not have any issue. And however, implementation method, especially when we're in finance industries, we may not be able to do it immediately. We cannot say, let's try, because it's pretty heavy. So the next theme is going to be what do we do for the QA at the implementations. And for one microservice, and implementation pull request is created. However, for the merging, how do we do the QA? And that is a big challenge that we're facing now. And can you explain about it? This, simply speaking, and QA is the scope. The scope is going to be the area where it's get the impact, and which we would like to do the QA. And all of the places we have to handle the times. And in the case, at the end, we have to say that everything. And the Microservice is used with the Go. So time.now calling, and that part is going to be replaced. In the case, there's a lot of area that we need to do the QA test. And if we have to do that, all of them, in the case, we cannot release forever. And therefore, we have to think something, some solution. And that's what we're discussing now. Therefore, the set now time of the things that we are going to call in that area, in structure-wise, and it's less. However, time.now, and on the code, and there is a lot in the board that where we have to check the impact, and then also whether the time has been already changed, and that also have to be changed. And both of them is pretty difficult. So in the past QA, and of course that the clock is going to be changed, and at the same time you do the QA, and there's such scenarios, right? And then by microservice fake clock system, which is the original one, and we used to use, and we are going to replace with a new one this time, and therefore for the test as well, there is going to be the impact, and therefore both of them. So the written code itself needs to be tested, and then also the test itself have to be rewrite. So it's not just a simple checking impact. That is true. The maintaining the quality, because it's finance, the settlement domains, and therefore we really thinking very carefully. And the QA will need a lot of work on that. And however, in order to make the QA efficient, and QA engineers also wants us to do this, so we have to make a one step forward in this area. So there's a related questions here. So what was the reason for the delay? Yes. All the things that we have discussed now, because it's financial, and therefore the QA is pretty difficult, pretty strict. And then also, QA itself, one thing, and also tests also have to be rewritten and separate from here. But there's another the work that we are doing, and this is a plus up or additional work that we have to do it, and that's why it's pretty difficult to take the balance in terms of the time allocation, because we do have the daily work. That is a difficult part. And the business, we want to accelerate the business, and so improvement, those kind of improvement, that is pretty difficult to allocate the time for this. And in terms of the improvement and with the pull request, and you change that once and then release. We don't do that in that way, but from the project perspectives, we do it little by little. And one of the microservice, and for this, and we change that fake clock. We should separate in that way, or do it phase by phase. And therefore, we are going to change our the strategy. In relating to this, microservice and E2E test, what do you think? E2E test? If E2E test is completed in there, we'll be able to do it. But the easy or the convenient fake clock is needed to do it, right? And therefore, we come close to the same. The problem, it's like a chicken and egg. E2E is pretty difficult. E2E test, we did have that convention before the fake clock service, and what we used to do it. Now, was in the presentation we have explained, an environment is set for each the testers. And for E2E, we do have that environment, and therefore, and depending on the service, on the fake clock, in order to change it, manipulate the time, and there would have been like a 70 or something like that. So the maintenance of that environment is a lot of effort required. So from the E2E perspectives, we will like migrate the microservice as soon as possible. But it's a pretty tough situation. And efficiency, that we want to accelerate the efficiency, and then also the QA have to be able to handle in the right manner. Otherwise, we cannot actually implement this. That's a data lock. And on the other hand, like an E2E test on a code base, and that's been finished in some of the microservice. And for that area, the fake clock, you have to do that to set now all the places. But we think that it will not be such a lot of work once you create it, and then you don't make mistakes. So the priority can be lower, I think. And then that's how we feel now. So the main part is different. And if the manual test is made, in that case, it's pretty difficult to replace with this. And that is another deadlock that we are facing, I see. And the manual testing needs to be reduced, and at the same time, auto testing, because we're using auto test, and therefore we don't have any problem. And there's a lot of voices, I think. So it's pretty difficult to make decisions, because people has a different perspectives. And so we're in these situations. So from the group wide, and should we talk about the positioning of this? Yes. In the group companies, especially Merpay credit design team, and that is very complicated system, and therefore the credit design team's requirement, and if we can fill that requirement in a case, we'll be able to fulfill all the group companies' requirement. And somebody said that, and I totally agree too. And then the credit design team and use case, if we can actually pass that use case test for the design team in that case. And because at the time in the credit design area, then it's related to the clock, and then the complexity will be increased, and then also or some other microservice, depending on the credit designs, and then also the microservice may be related to this clock, and in the case, the team may need this kind of solutions. So within the credit design team, and we will come to the solutions so that they will be able to roll out that solution to the other team as well. So at the end, and we will cover the questions and the question and the absolute the time setting can be available. Yes, quite recently, yes, we have a release. And next, implementation priorities and how to do that. Product manager or DPM engineer lead, and who designed that? In case of the credit design team, how do you do that? We'll give some kind of the opinions in terms of the priorities, like engineers head or PM head, and we get together, and everybody will be in the discussion to decide the priority, not just one person, but everybody will discuss. And a big service like this, and the new ideas that when we discuss in case of Mercari Group, and we take the bottom-up approach, and it's not the top-down. And the top will say, this is what we need, and they don't really say that how to do it. And therefore, the new service creation like this, in that case, we can make a decisions, and we do it in many areas. And the proposal is coming from the engineers. So this is what we do, and we are looking for people who can work with us. Job descriptions and back end, and there's a lot of information. If you're interested in to create the new solutions, and in the case, please apply for this. And we would like to conclude. This kind of new the click areas. Can you give us advices to those people who has to work on this and the clock areas? And in DB areas, and created app or updated app, and there's a lot of column like that, and the system, the watch system time is going to be automatically in it, and that's for the system. So you should not use it for the project, because when you want to manipulate the time, you cannot manipulate, and therefore, if you need it in that case, you should have like an exclusive date column, and then when you use that in logic, you should use that time. And at the application side, you should be able to manipulate that, and that is important. And the commit time stamp, you should not depending on to that, right? And that was the advice, yes. And for myself, and I also talked about it in the slide. If you do this later, and it's going to be a lot of work, and therefore at earlier stage you should do this, because the clock or the time manipulations, the problem becomes bigger, and therefore at earlier stage you should come up with a solution. If we can bring back the time earlier, that was a lesson that I learned. So you will be able to come up with the countermeasures right away when you find the problem. That would be easier, because the problem itself is smaller. However, when the organization becomes bigger and bigger, in the case, microservice is going to be increased, and then it will be a lot of work required. And that's what I have noticed now. So the advice to you from myself, without the Microsoft service, organization doesn't work. Until then, you should use monorepo or just one repository, and that would be easier. If you don't need to use a microservice, don't use a microservice, and that is my advice. Maybe I agree to that. So with this, we would like to conclude the panel discussion and presentation on the fake clock. And please comment on that. Thank you.
This session, we will discuss the multi-release of Mercoin's infrastructure design and construction and SLA efforts to release reliable services. First, let me introduce the presentators. My name is Lino, joined Mercari in May 2019, responsible for infrastructure and back-end, and joined Merpay SLA team in February 2020 and became a tech lead for Mercoin SLA since 2021, responsible for launching the Mercoin business. So my name is Yuhara. I'm in charge of the second half of presentation. I was in charge of setting up the SLA team at the Mercoin since 2021, mainly around the network and infrastructure. This session is divided into two parts. The first half of the presentation will discuss the security and compliance initiatives required for Mercoin infrastructure. In the second half, we will discuss the overall infrastructure and our efforts to release reliable services. Let's start off by talking about the security and compliance initiatives. First, Mercoin is a company that provides a service that allows users to buy and sell Bitcoin within Mercari app. Crypto asset exchange business started on March 9, 2023. Within this session, we'll talk about the crypto asset trading service within the Mercari app with respect to Mercoin. So what is required for Mercoin infrastructure? Because crypto asset exchange systems handle financial transactions, their security and compliance are critical factors. Regarding security, crypto asset exchanges are at the risk of cyber attacks, unauthorized access, hacking. Therefore, it is necessary to have a strong information security. Regarding compliance, crypto asset trading is operated and managed in accordance with laws and regulations in each country, and therefore must comply with the laws and regulations set by FSA in each country. Proper management and advancement of deep security and compliance controls will help protect customer data and maintain the integrity of the exchange. Mercoin security regulations and requirements differ from those of Mercari and Merpay. Due to the nature of crypto asset business, it is necessary to take measures against various cyber attacks. It is also necessary to respond immediately to sudden changes in national regulations. Therefore, by separating the infrastructure, one for Mercari and Merpay, the Mercoin aims to reduce the number of points to be protected and to make it compact enough to withstand sudden changes in regulations. The security standards and incident management required for crypto asset exchange system should be high, so ideally the level will be met by all companies, but it is not easy to achieve it immediately. For example, if the infrastructure is not separated and the Mercoin is co-located with infrastructure of Mercari and Merpay, it will have a significant impact on the system management system and operation of Mercari and Merpay. So this is to prevent incidents occurring at the Mercari and Merpay from propagating to Mercoin, and conversely to prevent attacks on crypto asset exchange system, which are more likely to be attacked from spreading to Mercari and Merpay. In the future, we hope all companies will meet the same security and compliance standard. Specific examples of separation in the production environment are explained here. So first, Google Workspace is separated for Mercoin and Mercari, Merpay. For the existing Mercari.com, we have a Google Workspace called Mercoin.com. GCP organization also exists in each workspace. However, billing account uses a common account. This is to apply the terms and conditions that Mercari has with Google to Mercoin as well. To use a common billing account across multiple GCP organizations, GCP multi-billing is used. This feature can be applied up to 5 organizations. The number of organizations is limited and should be carefully considered and applied. The developer's incorrect configuration can create risks. Security should be guaranteed even if developers are not aware of it. Security should be maintained even when the new microservices are added. Therefore, we have decided to aim for secure by default throughout Mercoin. At Mercoin, our goal is to create and maintain secure state from the beginning. Use the security function and settings that the Mercari Group has built and our strength in creating from scratch. In addition, by minimizing the number of usable settings from the beginning rather than added in the security settings later, developers are prevented from setting up dangerous settings without their awareness. Partial exceptions are allowed as needed. By applying a GCP's organization security policy to the entire GCP organization, service will increase. A new GCP project cannot be configured to be dangerous from the start. Since the inception of the project, we have worked with security team to review all organization security policies one by one and apply the policies at the organization level. During the review process, the policies are created with reference to Google Cloud Security Foundation Guide provided by Google and the recommendation of the CIS benchmark. Here is an example of one of the policies we have adopted. Prevent the use of SSH keys embedded in a DCE metadata. Bootloaders and OS tampering are also prevented. The granting of editor privilege to GCE's default service account is also restricted. It also restricts the public disclosure of the GCS. Also, IAM, we have a custom browser role with a minimum privileges, and we assign roles to each team at the GCP folder level tailored to each team. For example, SRE team looking at the entire production has broader minimum privileges enabled, and the microservice team has a minimum privileges on the GCP folder for the team that bundles a microservice they're responsible for. When authority promotion is required for operation, in-house authority promotion tool called Carrier is used for temporary authority promotion. Carrier will also be discussed later in the session. In addition, items that cannot be covered by the security policy are added to the PRC section and are checked when new services are released and on a regular basis. The Mercoin team needs to take on ownership of the Mercoin infrastructure from a security and compliance perspective. Mercari Group has SRE teams for each of its products. Mercari SRE, Merpay SRE, and Mercoin SRE. Each SRE team develops and operates infrastructure and supports microservices to ensure stable operation of the products for which they're responsible. In addition to the SRE for each product, there's a platform team that develops and operates the infrastructure. They are the owners of the entire infrastructure. To compare with Mercoin SRE, so we will first explain Merpay SRE. In Merpay SRE, SRE supports the development team and manages the development of the system commonly used in Merpay. The platform team is the owner of the entire infrastructure while developing and operating the infrastructure component. On the other hand, in Mercoin, the basic role of SRE is the same as Mercari and Merpay, but SRE is the owner of the entire infrastructure. SRE is responsible for approving the outsourcing, the development and operation of infrastructure components to the platform team. In this way, people only belonging to the Mercoin organization only manage the Mercoin system. At Mercoin, All customer data and server resources, including backup, are located in Japan. Handling in Japan facilities compliance with the Japanese laws and regulation is secured. It also clarifies the protection and the guidelines for customer data and facilitates management and security measures. For this reason, GCP regions are restricted to Tokyo and Osaka. However, the function that GCP provides globally only do not specify a region. By applying resource location in the organization security policy to the entire GCP organization, number of the service increases, and even the new GCP project is created, it is not possible to create the resource outside the country from the beginning. However, it is possible to allow the creation of the resource in other regions on a project-by-project basis if necessary. Since the policy is managed by SRA, setting exceptions require SRA permission on the system. Here is a summary for the first half. Mercoin has built a unique infrastructure to ensure the safety and trust of our customers. It is separated from Mercari Group, and the Mercoin team manage the infrastructure. The system is operated in Japan and provides a secure trading environment. Furthermore, the design of the system itself ensures the safety without any special attention from developers. So now I'd like to discuss the overall picture of Mercoin's infrastructure and our efforts to release the reliable services. So the first, let's take Mercoin's architecture. So all microservices are based on GCP and run in common GKE cluster. Microservices are layered architecture with a gateway service that accepts the requests from internet, auth token service that handle authentication, API service that acts as a BFF in front of each backend service, and the various backend services that handle business logic. The workload of each microservice runs on common GKE, but the databases and other resources used by each microservice are divided into separate projects, which are managed by a team of backend engineers who are the service owners. Microservices are divided into different projects, but in terms of networking, shared VPC configuration allows resources belonging to VPC, GKE, memory store, GCE to communicate within common VPC. Even the projects are separated. The host project of the shared VPC is positioned as a hub of the network, so the host project can be managed by the network administrator to control communication within the shared VPC via VPC firewall to control the communication to outside world with Cloud NAT, and to manage private domain within VPC with Cloud DNS. In line with the secure by default policy, Mercoin uses the default deny configuration for the VPC firewall to allow necessary communications. At Mercoin, GKE cluster is divided into several clusters depending on the use. So that cluster for consumer app and a cluster for all others. For example, there is a cluster for the self-hosted runner of the GitHub Actions, which is managed by the company, and a cluster for internal operation tools.
And even when the communication is needed via a cluster, shared VPC allows the communication within the VPC using shared VPC. And even for Mercari, independent organization and VPC is available that is separated completely from Mercari's organization. But there are cases where Mercoin need to integrate with the Mercari services. For example, the Mercari user ID and Mercoin user ID to be mapped. The Mercari's user ID can be captured from Mercoin. And in this case, the VPC is separated. Therefore, generally, the service endpoint is published in the internet, and you could access through the internet, or different VPC is connected by using VPC peering. But either way, the design to communicate with the network will become complex. So as the Mercari Group, as a way to connect the different VPCs between the different companies, we use Private Service Connect. With Private Service Connect, the subjective service is connected to the project that is made public using the service attachment. And by limiting the opening, it allows the connection to the designated project and allows secure access. VPC peering is not necessary, and we're able to integrate and communicate with the Mercari services very easily. And next, I would like to talk about some of the design related to the Mercoin GKE cluster. Mercoin GKE cluster is a private cluster and limited disclosure public cluster. And private cluster does not have an external IP address, meaning that it only has the node structure that only has the internal IP address within the VPC. And the Kubernetes API server is provided using the internal IP address within the VPC. And so from the host within the same node or the same VPC, then it could be communicated by closing to the network. And for the maintenance and operation, if you want to access from the internet to the Kubernetes API server, the public endpoint is specified or limited to the specific IP address. And because the node does not have external IP, the external communication, it goes through a cloud NAT. And there's the network policy as one of the GKE function. All the microservices are using one common cluster and have multi-tenant in order to control the microservice and namespace communication. The network policy is enabled, and in default, all is denied. And in order to allow the access to necessary microservice access, the network policy is updated using whitelist. And next is Cloud DNS for GKE. We don't use Kube DNS, and Cloud DNS is enabled. And in the DNS scope, we have two different modes, cluster scope and VPC scope. And in Mercoin, we use VPC scope. And by using VPC scope, the DNS name within GKE can be transmitted to VPC, and you're able to pull the specific Kubernetes service name from the host directly that's outside the cluster. And by doing so, we can access the microservice without going through the ingress. And this is just a precondition, and this is limited when the communication is allowed through a VPC firewall network policy. And there is the function that allows Google Group Kubernetes role binding is enabled, which is called Google Group for RBAC. And by integrating with user management with Google Group and worker identity is integrated to Kubernetes service account, GCP-IAM service account, and that realizes keyless structure. And we can use add-on that is prepared by GKE for Istio, but we don't use add-on. And with add-on, it does not allow the specification of the versions that's available is stilled, or it cannot coordinate the functions or configuration that we want to use. And Mercoin, in order to set the versions of the functions that we want to use, we use user-managed Istio. And the use case of Istio is to manage the traffic, mainly for canary release, in case of a canary release of 1% traffic migration. And next is the overview of the development and operation of Mercoin microservices. All the microservices are running within the common GKE cluster, and it is a multi-tenant structure that's separated using namespace, and the GPCP is separated for project. And I would like to introduce you to how this is operated. For each microservice, we have designated the development team, and the team has the ownership to do the operation as well. With this example, Service A team is managing the resources for the Kubernetes namespace A and the A space spanner and pub sub that's within GCP project. However, specialized knowledge and resource management is required to build and operate these. And in a limited member and schedule, it's very difficult to provision everything from scratch. And there's a possibility that the configuration does not meet the expectation of Mercoin. As SRE, we want to promote the team's development and also allow the provisioning that is defined by the Mercoin. We provide abstracted module, and by using this, the developers don't need to do the configuration one by one, but instead they can provision what is already standardized. To be specific, things like spanner or PubSub types of gRPC resources are not the only thing, but also in order to do incident management on call, the PagerDuty that is used by Mercoin, or GitHub for code management, and the data logger that's used for monitoring, and Kubernetes resources are defined by Terraform, and the resource that's related to Kubernetes workload can be abstracted using CUE. We'll be more specific. As an example of the module that's used in Terraform, depending on the use cases, we have several types. The one on the top is the Microservices starter kit, and this is a kit that is used when the developer develops a microservice. Things like GCP project or Kubernetes namespace can be created, and the required IAM setting that are required are included. And Microservices Teams Kit is provided to the service team, and it is used for member management for a Google Group, or IAM setting that's granted to that team, or a PagerDuty setting that's used in on-call, or a GitHub Teams management in GitHub are centrally managed. Microservice Spanner Kit covers Spanner instance or database configuration, and also database backup or Spanner autoscaler. This is an autoscaler system that can scale out the instance depending on the instant load. By including those necessary requirements, this kit can address this. Microservices SLO kit, depending on the microservices service level or SLO, this is a module that allows a data log monitoring setting, and it is made so that monitoring does not be created for each one. And similarly for Kubernetes resources, developers need to manage a lot of YAML, and it becomes cumbersome, and we want to simplify this and lower the burden. So we use an open source language called Q and do the abstraction. And compared to YAML, we can reduce the code significantly. And for things like SDO, by introducing those new technology, we can lower the burden on the developers. And as Mercoin, we are able to create the workload while having full control over the security and availability. Q itself is not a major language yet, so you might be interested in Q. And if you're interested, we have introduced this in Mercari blog before, so please refer to this blog. Up to this point, by abstraction, how the developers are easily able to develop and operate microservices were presented. On the other hand, if you do too much abstraction, if you wanted to do a slightly different configuration to the others, it will not be able to address it. It might not be easy to use, or you might have to change the standardized module itself and cause the cost to be higher in some cases. So therefore, Mercoin, not just Mercoin, but as the Mercari Group, we provide kits to do the abstraction, but at the same time, we have the freedom to allow the developers to use Terraform and do the microservice development and operation. And by doing so, the resources that are not standardized can be provisioned to the production environment. And so from the perspective of Mercoin security and availability, the recommended configuration or the configuration that should be avoided in order to fulfill that Mercoin's policy we use conf test to validate the codes on Terraform and Kubernetes. One example is the Terraform module that is required to connect to shares VPC, but it is we want to limit that so that only the allowed services can be connected. So we will check that, and when VPC firewall is configured using Terraform, we recommend the logs to be outputted for audit purposes. And in Kubernetes, we are validating whether the container is in privileged mode or whether the host network is not being used in manifest. When the operation starts, we may have cases where emergency operation is required in order to address issues. And in order to change the infrastructure as response, we can change the code and go through CI/CD, but that takes too much time until restoration. And it's the same with getting the IAM privilege. When we use Terraform code to go through CI/CD, the privilege will take a lot of time to be granted. By using this clutch tool, we provide one-time privilege with limited time can be given by receiving approvals. Basically, it's our ESO developers that don't have any right to make changes to the production environment, and when it is needed, they will request for that right using clutch. And once the SRE approves it, they will receive that right. And once the expiry date is expired, it automatically goes away and it could be revoked. So there's no way of forgetting the rights being erased, and it could be safely managed. Lastly, a summary. Mercoin, from a security and compliance structure, Mercari is completely independent as a GCP organization. Mercoin's Microservice uses multi-tenant using common GKE clusters. And from a security perspective, by using network policy, we are completely separated from other tenants. And developers have the ownership of the Microservices, and from the SRE, by offering the tools where the infrastructure is abstracted, we have promoted the development and operation of the services. But on the other hand, it's a challenge is because we have more abstracted tools, we have higher burden or higher cost around learning this and higher burden on the developers. So therefore, we needed a simpler interface to solve the issues. And to address those challenges, we want to introduce many technologies to make improvements. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Good afternoon. In this session, I would like to talk about the communication architecture for achieving data separation between the systems in Mercoin. I am Kohei Noda, Fintech architect. First, short self-introduction. My name is Kohei Noda. After joining Mixi in 2014, I worked as a plant engineer and a backend engineer and an engineering manager in various positions in gaming development. Then last April, I joined Mercoin as an architect. This January, the architects of the Merpay Mercoin formed Fintech architect team, so I'm now working in that team. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is here. First, what is the data separation between the system means in Merpay? And second is how we can achieve this without compromising the developer's experience. And finally, I would like to summarize. And first, let me explain the data separation of the Mercoin system is. That means that the customer data held by Mercoin and Mercari and Merpay systems cannot be easily linked to each other. We call this data separation, and for example, Mercoin handles crypto asset. So the Mercoin system store the crypto asset information of the customer, while the Mercari and Merpay system store the customer's address, name, and other personal information. If someone has access to this information at the same time, he or she will be able to obtain information about who owns how much cryptographic asset and where. This information is valuable, and it can be sold to someone or directly used for some other purpose. So, in order to provide the Mercoin service, it was necessary to ensure that this data could not be linked between in the system and Mercari Merpay system, even it was an internal employee. That was the requirement, and that is called data separation. And the basic mechanism for achieving this is the separation of the systems. In the first place, as shown in here, the system of Mercoin, Mercari, and Merpay, and that are separated from each other, and the classification of the systems means that the Mercoin employees cannot only access Mercoin customer data, while Mercari Merpay employees can only access the Mercari Merpay customer data. This chart shows that Mercari Merpay employees can access to Mercoin's customer data. The reverse is also true. Mercoin employees cannot access to Mercari Merpay customer data. However, with this system separation alone, if the incident happens on Mercoin and the customer data were to leak out, even if the employee only had privilege to access to Mercari Merpay, with the Mercoin Merpay system and could access to the customer data of the system and the Mercoin customer data at the same time, it would be possible to link them. And in the worst case, if not only Mercoin but also the customer data of the Mercari Merpay were leaked at the same time, those who have access to the data of the both parties would be able to exploit. In order to solve this, Mercoin has decided to implement the separation of the user IDs. This means that different IDs are assigned to the same customer in Mercoin, Mercari, and Merpay system, and the data is stored and handled in the system. And this makes it impossible to link data, even if data from both parties is leaked, since the different IDs are assigned to the same customer. This figure is the one that I have mentioned a little while ago. Even if there is a customer data from it's been leaked in Mercari Merpay, would not be able to immediately link it to the customer data. However, by separating the user IDs in this way, it is impossible to link them in case of the data leakage. But on the other hand, the Mercoin system depends on the Mercari Merpay system. In fact, the Mercoin service allows users to buy and sell Bitcoin with the Mercari application. So it is necessary to link with the Mercari Merpay system. Then, if the Mercoin system and Mercari Merpay system use different IDs, the two systems will not be able to know which user ID is used by which customer. So even if they communicate each other, they will not be able to actually work together, or cannot be integrated. And therefore, when communicating, it is necessary to convert the IDs into IDs that can identify the customers that can be recognized by each systems before communication. For this reason, in the linkage between the Mercoin and Mercari Merpay system, we have prepared internal ID as well as external ID shown in here. Simply put, there's a customer's user ID for each Mercoin and Mercari Merpay, and it should be possible to convert them into each other's user ID. However, if we do this, it would be difficult to convert Mercoin to Merpay ID. If you do that, for example, when you think that sending communications from Mercoin to Mercari Merpay, when you're trying to send out communications within Mercoin, and it will be converted to the Mercoin Merpay ID before it is sent. If it is done within the Mercoin service, then it would be no different from the situation where the Mercoin side actually knows the IDs of the Mercari Merpay users. In this case, the employees who have access the authority of to convert the IDs will be able to link the Mercoin customer data with the Mercoin and Mercari and Merpay data. And therefore, we have introduced an external ID for communication, and we use two types of different IDs for the conversion. In the following explanations, I will refer to this as an internal ID, and which is used in Mercoin, and this is going to be called Mercoin user ID. And for communication, I will say a Mercoin PPID. And vice versa, the internal ID, and I will say the Merpay user ID. And for the communication, Mercari Merpay PPID. And PPID, and which is the external ID, and this is a new word, and this is based on the public specifications and OpenID Connect related, and therefore to refer to the details, and there is an engineering log which was created by the member of the IDP team of Mercari. So if you want to learn more, and please refer to that. I explained there four types of the ID: internal ID, external ID, Mercoin ID, and Mercoin Merpay ID. And 4 IDs exist. In the case of the communication from Mercoin to Mercari, the following steps are required. This is a conversion step. The first step is a service at the Mercoin side, and which converts the Mercoin user ID to the Mercoin PPID and sends the request. And the next is a Mercari Merpay service, and the request is received, and a PPID of Mercoin contained in the received request is converted to the Mercari user ID. When the response is generated and the Mercoin user ID contained in the response must be converted to Mercoin PPID in order to return the response to Mercoin. And finally, that Mercoin converted the Mercoin PPID to Mercoin's internal user ID and processed the received response. And it's quite complicated steps. And I believe that you probably have understood, but in terms of with the user ID data separation, the usage of the data in malicious manner and case can be reduced. And however, there are four types of the IDs in the first place, and the ID system and ID conversion is complicated with many steps of the communication and the conversion as well. In this case, where system integrations are required and a number of communications are performed, the cost of implementing this ID conversion in each microservice will be very high. So, to summarize it, we wanted to protect user data by using different user ID payment systems, and we do not want to deteriorate developers' experience and enable rapid development. Where we wanted to create an architecture that would satisfy these requirements simultaneously. And from here, I would like to talk about how we develop that architecture that would satisfy these requirements. To give you an idea of the kind of developer experience we were aiming for, we are adapting microservice across the Mercari Group. So communication among the system will be a microservice, through the microservice. If the communication between these microservice is internal to Mercoin, and only the user ID that if you focus on that in the development, in that case, automatically it can be converted into the external or the ID. And or if you were called, if you're at the calling side of the API, in the case, before you get it is delivered and it is converted as a user ID, and that's what we wanted to achieve. Now, how we have realized this is that in Mercari Group, and there's some exception, but Microservice communication is defined with the protocol buffers, IDL, basically. So, request and the response will be defined accordingly as a protocol messages. Therefore, by using this message definition, the user ID included in the message is automatically converted to an appropriate ID on the communication route without the developer being aware of it, and therefore it is possible to create a situation in which the developer does not need to be aware of that ID conversion.
This is the conversion of the IDs contained in the protobuf message. As an example of Go implementation, the image is to call the ID conversion according to the message in the protobuf and the direction of the ID conversion, for example, whether it is from sector ID to PPID, or user ID, or PPID to user ID. So converting all the IDs contained in the message and replacing the value is performed by this method. So as you can see here, and we need to know which fields contain the values for the ID conversion. So for this information, annotations are performed in a protofile definition using a protocol buffer mechanism called custom options. This is an example of annotating protofile. For example, if there is a request to retrieve the user information called getUserRequest, and there is a user ID, this field is annotated to enable ID conversion. In the same way, the response is annotated with user ID. Here is a custom option definition for that purpose. The ID conversion contained in the protobuf message described so far was performed at the 2 points on the communication path. One is the gRPC client interceptor in the caller side, and the other is the gateway widely used in Mercari in call lead, where the ID conversion is performed. The overall communication path looks like this. The caller and callee here, and ID conversion on the caller side is performed by the gRPC interceptor included in a microservice. The interceptor converts the ID and sends a request to the other microservice via gateway. The ID conversion is performed again at the gateway and reaches the callee microservice. I've written 2 examples of Mercari and Mercoin systems. Also, that reverse is the exactly same as I have already explained. Before explaining the 2 ID conversion on the communication path, let me briefly explain the ID provider in the figure. This is the service that has a mapping between user ID and PP ID. This service is managed by the IDP team within Mercari and provides an API to convert between user ID and PP ID. As for caller side ID conversions and also gRPC interceptor handles within the microservice. So gRPC and client interceptor can perform the various operations when calling the API from a gRPC client. So here, again, the number of various operations are possible for a gRPC client interceptor, and one of those options is the ability to modify the request response. So in this gRPC client interceptor, the ID is contained in the message are retrieved and converted, returned back, and then sent to the gateway. It is not necessary to do this setting every time you make an API call. If you set up the gRPC client to intercept once, and it will be called automatically thereafter. The interceptor converts the caller user ID into caller PP ID when the request is sent, and when the response is back, caller PP ID is converted to caller user ID. For callee conversion is done at the gateway, which is already used a lot within Mercari. So gateway handles the traffic from outside, from the internet or the customer of the app. So the requests come from a customer's apps, so that this gateway handles such a traffic. So it's similar to what we call API gateway, so which is the entry point for routing to microservice. So in this gateway, we perform an ID conversion on the gRPC call messages that comes from the caller when the request is received. PP ID is converted to a user ID that the call leads side ID, and the message is actually routed to the microservice behind the scene. when the response comes back from the microservice, the callee ID included, and that is converted back to caller's PPID. You may wonder why we are doing this. So at gRPC, server interceptor exists, where just like a client interceptor, callee microservice request response modification is possible. So why not caller MS but gateway for ID conversion? Well, from the caller's PPID to the call lead's user ID should be done in a limited number of components. Well, call leads receive a number of different calls with PPID. So this time, the Mercoin and Mercari system, but possibly other solutions. And recipient microservices received an arbitrary ID and has issued performed ID conversion, and which required high privileges because data at both sides can be associated. So such kind of the data association is possible given the high privileges. So therefore, we refrained from giving that high privilege to each microservice. Instead, gave that privilege to only gateway. This also eliminates the need to install the server interceptors in the microservices on the callee side. This is the ID conversion and communication flow. First, a message is sent from caller's microservice to a gRPC interceptor. ID conversion is performed, and message is sent to the callee's gateway, and callee's microservice processes the message using only the internal user ID, generates a response, and returns it to the gateway. And these gateways and the gRPC client interceptor conversion performed. So these gateway and gRPC client interceptor realize such a developer experience. So specifically, the only things the development needs to do is to install the gRPC client interceptor at the caller side. This is a one-time step. It also annotates the user ID, and it's filled in a protobuf message used for communication. So by simply doing these two things, the developer can now handle only the user ID and make API calls between systems, just like an internal communication, without having to be aware of ID conversion. We so far covered the case of normal synchronous communication and API calls, but in reality, there are asynchronous communication between systems. Asynchronous communication uses the message queues. In addition, most of the services in the Mercari Group uses Google Cloud Pub Sub. We needed to free developers from ID conversion steps in such an environment. Here is a diagram of the communication that made it happen. In addition to the Cloud Pub Sub topic, and we see a service called the Pub Sub Pusher, which is not only for ID conversion, but also for the ability to receive a pull subscription from a Cloud Pub Sub topic and converts it to a gRPC request and send the gRPC request to the subscribers. Well, due to implementing pull subscription for asynchronous communication, same request again noted for Cloud Pub Sub subscribe topic and the destination to send the gRPC request described as a manifest, so it becomes a custom resource implemented behind the scenes. And we have extended this function. So the pub sub pusher has now ID conversion. Within pub sub pusher, user ID is converted to subscriber PP ID. So this is different from a synchronous call because here it is converted to subscriber's PP ID. So that reason is complex. So again, if you're interested, please read our IDP tech blog. The pub sub pusher usually handles internal communication, so it sends a request to the gateway. Then the gateway is converted to this gRPC, just like as a synchronous API. So when the request is received and sent, the same identity conversion is performed. Now we provide the same developer experience for asynchronous communications. So all the developers have to do is to write the pub sub pusher configuration file to enable ID translation and gateway pushers. I'd like to conclude with a summary. Mercoin was able to achieve high level of data privacy protection by separating the user IDs between systems, making it impossible to tie data together. On the other hand, the complex task of ID conversion, which is necessary, has been efficiently developed by introducing the architecture that transparently performs ID conversion on the communication path. In addition, microservice developers do not need to be aware of ID conversion when implementing microservices. As an added bonus, I think this transparent ID conversion was possible because most microservices were implemented in Go, and everyone is using the gRPC and the protobufs. Finally, here are remaining issues. I mentioned earlier that most of the environment use Go, but there are still PHP and some non-Go implementation remains in Mercari. When this environment calls current setting of the gRPC interceptor, it's not possible to handle. So if we try to solve this problem in the future, instead of intercepting and putting into a microservice, we could, for example, go through some kind of proxy on the communication path where the caller could also be converted. Well, traceability when investigating a defect is a problem because it is not possible to link Mercari user data with the actual Mercoin customer data in the event of a customer problem, making it difficult to investigate. We have yet prepared a good mechanism for this. The last one is the linking of the data other than user ID. For example, if you have a history of product purchase on the Mercari and share it with Mercoin, so the same data can be stored in the respective DB, so they can be linked without user ID. So this is a quite important issue, and we don't have a good solution yet, but we are considering how to prevent these IDs from being linked. So that's all for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for today's session titled Building a Global Environment at Merpay, India and Japan. So with you today is me, Keigo, and Sumin, and I will be the facilitator. So to get things started off, let's do a short self-introduction. So my name is Robert, and I come from Europe, from a very small country called Slovenia. And I used to work in various countries, but I joined Merpay around 5 years ago, initially as a backend engineer. But now I am on the engineering management side. And we also have Keigo.
Hello. Yes, Keigo, I'm from Brazil. And yes, I started early with computer engineering, software engineering. Then I moved to Germany. And somehow I've always been working with India office teams in Brazil and in Germany. And then I joined Mercari in 2021. And yeah, I've been also in the engineering management role for a few years. So yeah, nice to be here with you.
Sumil, great. And Sumil?
Yeah, thanks, Robert. Thanks, Kiko. So my name is Sumil. I work as an engineering manager from the Mercari India office. I work in the growth platform along with Robert and Kiko. I joined Mercari India in Feb 2023, so I'm relatively new. I'm like 6 months old into the system. And prior to joining Mercari, I have experience working with Amazon like about 5 years, and I also worked for Cisco about 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So Sumil just mentioned that he is in the India office, and actually all three of us are in the India office, streaming live from here. So yeah, we are quite excited about this talk. So let's go and start with it. So, but if you have any questions, of course, if you have them, post them on YouTube or Twitter, and do use the Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest hashtag. So yeah, first of all, a little bit of a refresher or a recap. So some of you may have joined last year's tech conference, and we were talking about our global plans. And one of the things that we talked about in the last slide was about the future. At that time, we just kind of announced that we were opening the Center of Excellence in India. And things were still kind of unknown, like who will be involved, how will things work. We didn't really know exactly what kind of issues there would be. So we knew like quite a few things, but not much. But still, in the spirit of Mercari and Merpay and everything that we're doing here is go bold. So it's one of our values. So we kind of wanted to go bold and just see and make these things work. Of course, it's not everything without planning. So we did do some planning. But yeah, and now after 1 year, we have some experience. So we wanted to share a little bit how things have been since then. Just to kind of let you know as well, so this is the Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest, but actually we are part of Mercari. And Mercari is roughly divided into marketplace and fintech. So marketplace deals with the C2C and B2C, and like so the buying and selling on the marketplace. And fintech is responsible for the fintech area, so like payments, and we also launched the credit card. So the more fintech related areas. And of course, we cooperate together all the time. But in the beginning, when we were deciding who would be involved, of course, for fintech, it can be a little bit more difficult because we are a financial company. So we still wanted to be involved, but it was a bit of a hurdle. But still, we do have Growth Platform here with us, who are spearheading the involvement of Merpay in India. And just to kind of let you know what Growth Platform actually is about, maybe Keigo, can you tell us what
Sure.
this is?
Yes, I think it's really good to explain. Well, Growth Platform is a name. In a team we have this team Growth Platform in Merpay actually for a while, but we, in the marketplace also with the same concept. But we also used to be called Marketing Ops. So basically, when we talk about growth, marketing is a part of that. So you can imagine many tools and services that are used for campaigns. Right. Then you could see customer communications like banners, landing pages, notifications in general, but also financial incentive. like coupons, points, right? And yeah, so we have those APIs and services. So basically, that's why it's a growth in terms of growing the user base and running those campaigns. Yeah, to attract more users. That's it, basically.
So yeah, growth platform currently, I mean, it's in Merpay side, but because we are developing for the whole of Mercari, it's kind of for the whole of Mercari, so Japan region as a whole, and definitely lots of influence.
Yes.
But that was kind of for the introduction. So a few defining moments, I guess. Also, maybe Keigo, if you can share from your side, because you were involved in the beginning as well.
Yes, I think I can explain a little bit. So last year, about 1 year ago, right, in October, I actually visited Bangalore office already, but it was the previous office. I'll talk more about that when we talk about celebration. But now, yeah, around that time, we had already a few team members joining the India office. And I came here to help interviewing more members for that team, but also onboarding those that had been there already. So I think October for this team was a deciding moment, but also for the India office, it was very important. I have met now many people that I have interviewed around that time. That's really nice to see some of them here. And in now back to our team in January, we have all the teams set in the India office already. And we started to rethink how we do the Scrum routines. We started some changes in the team to adjust with the people that were there. Honestly, January was a little bit difficult because Sumil was not there yet. So in February, with a manager here, with Sumil joining, I think that was a defining moment. That's when we could really improve our collaboration. I was starting to feel more comfortable with that situation because it was, I felt a little bit difficult, with the many people, many problems to solve. It was around the 10th anniversary of Mercari. I remember that time. But yes, then Sumil came. Maybe you can talk from there.
Yeah. So I think as Keigo mentioned, I joined around February in the India office, and this also happened to be the first quarter where all the engineers were working together. This was the first quarter where the people were working together, and we got a chance to visit the Japan office sometime in March. So this was like exactly 1 quarter of experience for the team before we visited the office. So there were a lot of things that worked well, and we definitely had some areas of improvement. So so it was a great moment for the entire team to meet in person and discuss those points, like as to what went well and where should we double down, and what are the areas we should fine tune. So the team got a chance to kind of talk to each other in person, and this also, the side effect of that was it kind of helped build relationships between the teams, between people. So I think that was a great thing, and people started feeling more comfortable with each other, because I think until then it was all online calls, so the communication was more transactional, but this became a little more personal. So it was definitely better. The other thing was, I think in terms of direction, I think what the organization was thinking was to make the India team autonomous at some point in time. So we started also to think, what steps we could take in that direction. So we discussed, what should be the roles and responsibilities for the coming quarter. And I mean, we all kind of decided that, I think of having a tech lead role from the India team. So I think that was the quarter where we decided to have a tech lead role in the India teams. I think that's one decision we made. And so following that, in the direction of autonomy, the evidence or the demonstration we saw was during the Golden Week in April, where the India team was able to kind of support the Japan office, basically the product and business during that week. So I think there was an evidence of we becoming autonomous on the way towards it. And after that, at the end of that quarter, we also had the reverse. We had the Japan members, visiting India office. I think during that point in time, we also had some new members in the team who actually visited India office. This also kind of helped, kind of cement the bonds and relationship further. And we will have some pictures, later in the slide. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about some points here in details next. Yeah, but I think that's a good summary. Yeah.
Just for those who are not aware, so Golden Week is actually a time in Japan that a lot of people take holidays. So it's a long holiday, and this difference in like, okay, there are holidays in Japan, but there are no holidays in India, so we can really take advantage of this. But
Yes.
next, we also want to talk about some challenges and how we overcame them. Right?
Okay.
Keigo.
Yes, let's talk. I think this is a panel we should address that. So this picture, for example, that was exactly in October, right, when I came here to Bangalore. And here I was talking with Shishir and Prashant from our team. So so we had this discussion, whiteboard session. I think around that time, we were still starting, right? So after those whiteboarding sessions, I think we started to observe some issues that we had to tackle. For example, the process was not so clear. Even though we had an idea what we want to achieve, what we need to do, there was some ambiguity in the process. We talk about each one, maybe in the next slides. So the culture was different, which is not bad. But it's challenging, right? We can also define what do we mean by culture here. The language, of course, right? There is a lot of Japanese and English, and some people can speak one language or another. Not everyone can speak both. And availability also in terms of time zone difference or even holidays. Again, I think those challenges actually turned out to become our strength at some point. Expectation alignment as usual, and hiring, of course. Maybe we can cover those points next.
Definitely. So let's go into the first one, process ambiguity. How did we do?
Yes.
So
Keigo or Sumil.
Sumil. Right, I can take that up, Robert.
Yes.
So right, I think talking about process, I just want to give a little bit more context. I think we are not just talking Indian and Japanese, but actually speaking, we have like a lot of different nationalities in the team.
Yes.
We have friends, and Keigo is Brazilian, so and you're from Slovenia, and so on. So there's a lot of nationalities in the team. And when we started working together, I think what was interesting to see was when the team decided to do Scrum. The Scrum was kind of universally understood. I mean, it didn't need an introduction, right? So, and across all the different nationalities. So I think that was interesting. The moment we said Scrum, people understood what they had to do, and I think that set the foundation for the the rhythm, for the engineering rhythm, like how to execute. And so we followed almost all the things by the book, meaning we had planning meetings, we had these things, we did grooming, we did retrospectives. I think almost everything started to function from the first quarter. It was happening. And while I say this, I think one role which played a very critical role in kind of executing this was the Scrum Master role. I think that role was significant in kind of making all these things happen, as I call it. And so we followed everything almost by the book, except for one part. And probably the Scrum enthusiasts may not like it. That is a daily sync. So we meet like every day for like half an hour for daily sync. And I know the typical thing is where the team comes and updates what worked well. Sorry, what I did yesterday and what I'm supposed to do today. Are there any blockers? I think that's a typical agenda. Here we allowed the members to deviate from that general agenda. So people asked questions, they asked doubts, they took this opportunity to clarify some questions, and as long as the discussion didn't go beyond a certain point, we were allowed to deviate. And I think this was efficient. I think for us, I think this worked well for us for the last 6-7 months. So this worked well for us. So this is a slight deviation from the typical Scrum. The other thing which I want to call out is, we all have accents. I think everyone has accents, and when we are speaking, I think it's highly probable that sometimes we are not understood in accent. And one thing interesting which I've seen in Mercari, and I think Keigo and Robert, does this very well, and I'm learning, is basically writing, right? And so someone is always writing when the meeting is on, like what is being discussed, somebody's always writing and the writing is shared. And I think that helps a lot, bringing in a lot of clarity among all the members as to what is being discussed. And this also helped in all the team members understanding the topic in the same way. I think that's a great tool, which is very, very efficiently used in Mercari. Of course, I think all the other documentations also happen, which is design and requirement discussion, which is also taken care of. Yeah, so I think the writing and the Scrum, I think both of this has really helped in kind of collaboration, if you may ask.
Yes. One comment there. I think nothing is perfect. So Scrum, everyone knows, has also some limitations. But yes, the simple fact that we had something like clear process, this really helped, right? And now we are evolving it. I can see how the team is evolving it. And also, writing is not easy. It takes some effort. It's you need to get used to that. Makes the communication also slow, right? It's sometimes quicker just to keep talking. So it's also not always great. It's not like we are not saying here everything is great, but those points that you brought, I think they are very important parts of how we solved this. Yes.
Definitely. Process definitely helps, but some flexibility is also important, I guess. And
Yes.
maybe flexibility and culture are also kind of related.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to talk about this?
Right. Yeah. So So I think when talking about culture, again, what I want to say is it's not really, I think this kind, it's not India, Japan, or right. It boils down to individuals. So every individual kind of brings a certain culture with it, and I think Mercari, we allow that differences at an individual level. Like I'm just taking an example, right? I think, and I mean, when some discussions happen, I mean, there are individuals who are highly optimistic about a particular problem or a situation, like they say they can do it. And it's highly possible that individual is kind of missing out certain aspects. On the other hand, there could be someone who is a little critical about that same thing, and that person kind of brings in points, justifying why he is critical about that situation. And I think the truth always lies somewhere in between. So I think that's why we say that we celebrate the differences. So I think when the people bring both the points onto the table, we are able to kind of make a better informed decision in terms of direction, in terms of the way we want to move forward. And I mean, this aspect we have seen across all the phases of software development. When I'm saying be it requirements, scoping, or if you're planning, or we are doing design discussions, I think it happens across the software development cycle. We also have some fun. I think learning new words. I think everybody is interested to learn a new word from the other language. So yeah, so we keep learning new languages, and we keep trying out those languages in our own accents. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The best words I like to learn are food related. So it's not just a word, but some recipes, some sightseeing ideas too. So many interesting words. Yeah, but even technical, right? I think at Mercari we have this vocabulary of engineering words in Japanese. That's an interesting thing. I also like to see that.
And on the topic of words, language, how are we overcoming these barriers?
Okay, yes, I think for that I can talk, because it's been over a year already. So we have a great GOT team. GOT stands for Global Operations Team. We rely on them for a lot of meetings, sometimes like even offsite, or sometimes even one-on-one. So many different setups. When you need them, they are available. We also have requests that we can make, like in advance, or process for that. They are very reliable. I'm always amazed. I can talk about them a lot here. As you see, I'm a big fan. Also, we have deepen. That's a tool, a commercial tool that we use, and it's integrated with bots in Slack. So you can just add a reaction, and then you get the translation from English or Japanese, and also you can translate an entire slide or doc, right? So that helps a lot. And actually, it's not something that people are expecting, right? I mean, I was surprised with that availability here, and that helps our work a lot. So, and then, we have to share this information always, like, hey, use this, because sometimes people will be shocked. Oh, but how can you see this document, there is no translation. I just press a button, just use this bot. And also, if everything else fails, we have many people that can speak Japanese and English. Actually, Robert, you can speak Japanese very well. One day I want to reach that level, but yes, I understand for many people it's difficult, right, to know the two languages well.
Of course, it takes time to learn a language, but on the topic of bots and stickers, as you mentioned, I just saw like in the incident channel the other day, like really you have like a English speaker, like is writing in English using the sticker, it gets translated into Japanese, and then the CS person in Japan writing the reply in Japanese, and then they use the sticker, it gets translated into English, and they're like communicating and working together. It's really amazing.
A very good example. It's something that we've been sharing within the team, right? Because sometimes when people join, they kind of, I don't know if they are scared or their brain just ignores the message when it comes in Japanese. They will think, oh, this is not for me because, I don't know this language. But we have been instructing the team, hey, there are teams like customer support. They will prefer Japanese language because they need to talk. Engineers tend to prefer English for documentation, many reasons. So, but we need to talk to each other, and there is this bot. So that's the kind of thing that we explain to people when they are onboarding, and that's not intuitive. I think it's really a good surprise.
Definitely. I think we are running a little bit behind time, so let's go on to the next one. Availability. I think we talked a little bit about this.
I think that this is another interesting thing. I think this is very more specific to like India, Japan time zones. So Japan is like, we all know, it's like 3.5 hours ahead. So as a team, if you look, we are like really working like 12 hours like availability, and I'm talking as a team. So that's one interesting thing. The other very, very, very interesting thing is about the overlap time. So we really have like 6 hours of overlap within a day. And that's a lot of time for collaborating. So sort of we get the best of both the worlds. Like we have this availability for like long time, plus we get a lot of time to collaborate with each other. So that's one advantage. The other thing is also holidays. So someone is always available, and luckily there is no common holidays between India and Japan. So when the Japan office is off, India office is on, and vice versa. When the India office is on,
I want to add the comment there because we talked about this before, like specifically the Golden Week. It was the first time I could really take 1 week of vacation in Japan. I was enjoying seeing the mountains, places that I never visited. I was many months there. And I was sure that Sumio and the team here, they were taking care, monitoring the system. And as a matter of fact, they dealt with incidents and investigations that were going on. That was really good. I must say that we are improving the life quality of the team.
Yeah,
definitely. But I guess
I think the other challenge, I mean, one of the initial kind of bottlenecks we had was with the production access during incidents. I think that did come up, but that's resolved now. I think there was a legal formality which we had to kind of undergo. I think that's done, so that's behind us. But otherwise, I think when it comes to accessing production systems, it is basically access controls, and it is common irrespective of geographies or regions. So so I think that's also kind of working.
Great to hear that. Yeah, I remember it took some time, but then we were able to have it set up. But yeah, I guess working from a different country has some things that need to be resolved. And having aligned expectations, I guess, also kind of helps with that. I imagine. Keigo, I think if you want to say something here.
Yes, not much to say, but I think this is important anyway, right? We have a kind of a committee, as we write here, right? Because we have people, the site leader and the CTO, they all support us. Like we meet regularly. Especially in the beginning. Right now it's more like regular, but in the beginning even more than regular. We talked a lot to ensure we are on the same page, and even we wrote it down, right? So at some point we realized there are so many points here that we've been talking about, so we have a kind of I don't know how we can call it. I don't remember the title of the document, but those expectations were really written in one of our meetings. When you came to Japan.
Yes, exactly. I think that was one thing we discussed during the first quarter visit, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Talking in person also helps a lot, right?
Exactly.
It does. Yes.
Good. And another thing, I guess, hiring. How did we go about hiring?
Yeah, so I
Sure.
think you might have seen in the timeline, right? There is something weird because we were hiring the engineers before the EM. I need to explain, or actually warn, that's not ideal. That was not the plan. But the thing is that we had another plan, but other teams were needing the EM, so we need to reallocate. And we are very selective, right? Both for engineers and EMs. The process is very strict. So it took us a little bit longer in this time, but I'm happy with the result. Having a good EM makes a big difference. Also, when planning the hiring, I think it's worth, for our team at least, it's a platform team. So we could think platform of platform. So we could isolate a subdomain. Let's use calling about the inverse Conway maneuver. So we knew what we needed, and then we knew already what would be the autonomy that him could have. There were options that we discussed together, but that was intention in hiring already.
I mean, like, yeah, when you start something new, like a new office, like hiring takes time, and there is no like perfect way. But after the right people are there, everything kind of just goes much smoother. But yeah, until now, I guess we talked a lot about the serious things, but we also had fun, right, Sunil?
Yeah, this was the thing which I was hinting in the first slide. These are the snaps when the Japan office members visited India. This is across the board. So I have a lot of team building activities, as you see, and this is all engineers talking to each other. And as you see here, right? So I mean, there's a lot of bonding and there's a lot of camaraderie here. So yeah, snaps, some candid snaps that that was taken.
I hope we have new pictures very soon, right? With the celebration we are having now this week. It's a very good timing. We're celebrating the first anniversary of the India office here. Yes, the new office, right? The new office in the, yeah. So we just, sorry, I'm confused a little bit because for me it wasn't here, but yeah, the new office, yeah, it's really good moment for that. Yeah.
But yeah, definitely we'll have a lot of new pictures, and we have a lot of pictures, and in the office you always see like pictures on the walls. Like it's really fun.
Yeah, it's
meeting people.
Good thing, yes.
But maybe for the last part, we can also talk a little bit about the future. What do we have in mind specifically, I guess, in growth platform? Can you share something?
Yes, so I think we need to improve or take even more leverage of this possibility that we have with the team. So we need to improve our monitoring a little bit, the incident handling. So we are working on it. I think this is all work in progress, but with good progress. And yeah, on the consolidation of services, yeah, this is more related to what we did, right? Merging marketing, marketplace ops, and the Merpay teams together. There are some services that have some redundancy, and I think again, India office team can help with that. We are only able to do this because of that.
And I think I hinted at it before as well, but like I wrote here Merpay, Mercoin, and Fintech in Japan. So of course, like Fintech is in Japan, and there are some like regulations that we have to follow, right? But we are also trying to improve the situation there so that even if we have an office here in India, that the global members, like the English-speaking members, can work on Fintech in Japan. And I think Sumil is going to be quite important in expanding that as well, and like sharing all the best practices that were being done here in Growth Platform. I don't know, Sumil, if you have something to say as well.
No, I think I would just second Kego, Robert, both of you said. I think, yeah, I think summarizing operations is a space which we want to kind of, like maybe enhance. I think that's an area where we are kind of, I think that's what we are looking at next. And yeah, I think so I just second to what Kego and Robert, what you said.
Okay. And as we started with Japan region, so it's not just Merpay or Mercoin. We are working for the whole of Mercari. And aligning different priorities and OKRs can be sometimes difficult, as it is at any place. But we are growing, and we will be growing much more in the future as well. So I hope that we can have another session like this maybe next year as well.
Yeah, why not?
But yeah, I think that's it for today. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I think we have like a minute left or something like that. But if not, yeah, that's it. And hope to see you soon.
Yeah, Thanks
Thank
for
you.
watching. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So my presentation is about the standardization of test case formats to achieve a frictionless fintech QA. And I will explain with Mr. Sakamoto what we have worked on for past 6 months. So I am Sato. I'm a QA engineer at Merpay. Nice to meet you. I am Yuki Sakamoto, also a QA engineer at Merpay. Very nice to meet all of you. So let me explain the QA team structure. The QA team is divided into 3 teams, QA1, QA2, and QA3. Each team is composed of employees and partners, and each member is assigned to Merpay's products to perform QA activities on a daily basis. There are various QA processes for back-end and front-end, and as well as client-facing. And for example, in some cases, no test cases were created, and there are many product teams, and the structure and also the situation of each team varies. Therefore, test cases were evolving as each member devised them according to the situations. Because of this, the format of test cases differed from team to team and from member to member. The continued lack of a standard test case format created some issues. For example, onboarding costs are high when an assignment changes. When a person is transferred from product A to product B team, he or she needs to get used to the test cases used in the new team, and defects detected in a test execution are not managed, or the description of the test results are different by each team. So, because of these different methods employed, it was difficult to obtain the necessary information to understand the quality status. In addition, because of the man-hours required to input the result, it was left unprocessed for a long time. Therefore, it was necessary to summarize the test result again after all QA were completed. Because of the above issues, the test case format standardization project was launched. The following is an explanation of test case format standardization project we worked on. First of all, there are a lot of project policy decisions made, and I'll introduce some of them. First is the scope of standardization of the format. Initially, we decided to set only the minimum rules and to make the format so such that each team could modify it with some degree of freedom, we later changed this policy. Because when we compared the test cases of each team, we found that there was surprisingly little difference in format. So if the test format were too flexible, they would end up being out of control and there will be a risk of not achieving the objective. So we changed our policy to create the fixed format. We also decided on a policy for project activities. Weekly meetings were held for 1 hour, during which we worked on a project in addition to sharing progress. This was because myself and Mr. Sakamoto were also doing the regular QA work at the same time. So we just wanted to secure time to do this project work in advance. This ensured that project work didn't become stagnant. Next, we conducted a survey of each team's test case format. We sampled and collected about 10 typical test cases from each team. As a result of comparing the sample test cases among the members, and we found that although various test case formats are used by each team, there were not many differences in basic aspects, which gave us some idea of the path to standardization of a test case format. Next, we created documentation. There were 3 major documents created in this project. These are test case format, test result aggregation format, and operational process format. And more details about these documents will be provided later. Next, we conducted a trial. So the trial period was set up to test whether the rules and the format created at the time when the document creation was completed could withstand actual operation. First, we recruited a team to try out the new format and asked them to actually operate it and provide feedback to us, especially what they noticed and what they would like to see improved. I reviewed the feedback with myself, with Mr. Sakamoto, and updated documentation as necessary. We received some feedback during the trial period and found that no major operational problems occurred, so we further refined the documentation for version 1.0 release. The next step is finally the release of version 1.0. After feedbacks from the trial period, we have made some corrections and released it as a version 1. However, it would be difficult for all teams to switch to the new format at all once. We asked them to make the transition to the new format when the time was right for them. The project was launched in December 2022, and the version 1 was released in April 2023. So it took us 5 months to manage and release it. This is the project timeline sheet. The project started on December 10th, 2022, and after several phases, and so the version 1.0 was released on April 20th, 2023. Next is the operational phase. Well, we are currently in the operational phase, but we still have a feedback sheet ready and ask the members to write down their impressions and questions and unclear point after using the system. So if there's any new feedback on the feedback sheet, we discuss it with members in a weekly meeting and update the document as needed. So these are the details of what we worked on this project. Now we'll discuss each of the documents we created in this project. First of all, test case format. Sakamoto-san, would you please explain? Yes, thank you. So I'd like to explain the test case format. First of all, I clarified the purpose. As I mentioned at the beginning, and until now, format differed from team to team. So there are cases where the information necessary for quality analysis could not be obtained. For example, the items included in the team's test cases were not really included in a team-based test format. So when we conduct the final quality analysis, we have to obtain the necessary information from a member of Team B through hearing. So this was a waste of time and effort. In addition, that standard format eliminates the need to learn the new format when the members are transferred to a new team. This time saved can be used for other domain catch-up and other important onboarding tasks. Next, we created the test case items and layout. The required items to be included in a test case generally includes a verification perspective, environment to be verified, evidence procedures to be verified, expected result. However, the required information varies depending on the team and also the verification target. Therefore, in addition to the required items, additional items can be added at the discretion of each team. In addition, since we sometimes ask English speakers to review the test cases, and we translate some of the information into English to make it easier for them to review. In addition to main test cases, we have created other necessary sheets. One is a bug list sheet. Until now, each team had to manage detected bugs at its own location. So during large-scale cross-team development, we had to go to each, again, team's location to check for bugs once again. And so this type of activity was time-consuming to aggregate all of the bugs. Therefore, we created the bug list sheet in the format and made it possible to track the bugs by simply going there to check them. And next is automated test result sheet. This sheet records the result of the automated test performed at the time of the release. Until now, method of recording the result of automated tests was not standardized and was insufficient as a test trail. But by clearly defining the rule that the results of automated tests are to be recorded in the sheet, we now have a clear trail in the format that the automated tests were properly executed and the QA confirmed the result. And there are also test result and tally sheet and a checklist, which will be explained by Mr. Sakamoto.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to talk about the test result aggregation. By making the test result aggregated, we were able to understand the quality situation for each team, and also by creating the aggregated result sheet beforehand, we are able to improve the efficiency of creating the report for quality. The rule that we decided was that the types that are used in test case result would be separated into 5, OK, NG, resolved, out of scope, and preserved. And for reserved, for each team, it was quite separate. So for the standardization, we have uniformed the definition of reserve. And in the test aggregation, we have decided the items to be aggregated to be specific, a number of items in the target, OK, NG, resolved, outside of scope, reserved, progress, completion rate, and related remaining items. And we decided the items and also the calculation method for each items were also decided. So depending on the team, if the progress calculation method was different, or if there's the different way of accounting the items, these differences were solved, so we were able to count them in the same way. In Merpay, we're using the segregation sheet to manage the test results. Next is related to the operation process. The objective is that the test case format that was defined, we are seeing whether the operation is done correctly, and in order to do so, we have defined the operation process. It covers many details, but during the test, the failures that were detected will be summarized into the bug list, and the auto test result will be described in the auto test result sheet. Those were the contents that were covered. And in order to confirm whether the operation is done correctly, we have also created a checklist. And this is the checklist that we created. But once the test is completed, the check is placed on a checklist, and we are able to confirm whether the tests are conducted based on the rule. Also, I would like to move into the summary, and I would like to discuss this with myself and Sakamoto-san. Sakamoto-san, there were some good points. I'm sure there were several. Any comments from you? Well, it's written here, but when we designed the test case, I always consider what sort of format to use, and I spent a lot of time wondering, but because the format was already available, I was able to reduce any time spent on wondering what the format should be used. And so because of that, I was able to focus more on the things that I need to do in designing a test case. And it says test case review efficiency improvement. The test case review is not just involving the QA engineers, but also developers might be involved as well. And so the benefit was given to people other than QA and engineers. Yes, I agree. When we do test case review, if the format is different, I sometimes be asked to do the review from other teams, but I would have to look for the sheet. So the review is much more efficient when the format is integrated and standardized. Yes, and also we were able to understand the progress better. I mean, until now, when we wanted to check the progress, I would have to go through different sheets to understand. But this time, we created this test result aggregation sheet. So once I can refer to the sheet, it was easier to understand the progress. So I thought this was quite good. Yes, I agree. And I asked the partners, but because the format is standardized, we could understand the progress at a glance, and that was helpful. And we were able to reduce the workload for onboarding when the team had migrated. Well, we don't have that many cases where the teams are moving, but I'm hoping that the onboarding costs will be reduced. Yes, I'm sure it will be reduced. Those were the good things. And the next were the difficulties. We had a lot of difficulties, but the most difficult part was that it was very difficult to create a test case format that fulfills all the requirements. Yes, I agree. I mean, if we try to build in all the opinions from everybody, it would be a messy format. and it would lose the meaning of building a format. So we needed to prioritize and be selective from all the priorities. It's okay to reflect their opinions, but if we skip an opinion, I would have to wonder how I will explain the reason why we skipped it to the person who raised the opinion. So that was another difficulty. Yes, we just wanted to standardize whatever that should be standardized. So, any other difficulties? When we decided the initial policy, for example, between backend and client, the nature was different, and we tried to build it into one standardized format. That required a lot of courage because the nature is different. I wasn't sure whether we could use the same format, but we found out that it was okay after trying it out, so that was reassuring. But I was very cautious of that part. Myself and Sakamoto-san have our ordinary task, and at the same time, I was participating in this project. It was only 1 hour a week, but when it was busy, it was quite difficult to spare the time for this project. Yes. When I joined operation, sometimes I said I cannot go to the project, so it was quite difficult to do those tasks in parallel. Thank you. Next. Well, through this project, we had some unexpected benefits. To be specific, the communication within the QA team had improved. Well, based on this current LP QA team structure, because they're assigned to each product team, we didn't have that much opportunity to have communication within the QA members. And also, the QA members don't work on one thing together. So through this project, the communication, I think it was really meaningful that we were able to have communication with the members we didn't talk to that much. Well, to Sakamoto-san, because we reside in different product teams, until now we didn't have that much discussion. But with this project, I think we have pretty good communication. Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, if you're in a different project, you're not working on one thing like this for a long time. And I thought it was great that I was involved in this project for a long time. And if we were to do another mission together, I think it would be much smoother. Yes. Because we know each other more, even in the ordinary QA process. If I don't know something, I would be able to approach you more casually. Lastly, I would like to talk about the challenges that we see and the actions we're going to take going forward. As the challenge is not penetrated to all the teams yet, so I want to penetrate this to as many teams as possible, because by having many teams use this, we can get more feedback, and by referring to those feedback, we can better improve the format. And also for the things that we want to do going forward, we want to try and automatically create the test result report. The test case format and the aggregation were standardized, and we were able to gather the information that's required for the test result report to a certain extent. So at the time the test is completed, we want to be able to automatically create the test result. Yes, the last point. If you're able to do the last phase automatically, that would contribute to reducing the workload a lot. So I don't know how, but I would love to do this. Yes, let's try doing this. Thank you. That will be all for the context that we addressed during the test case format standardization project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everybody. I would like to introduce a Mercoin payment infrastructure behind the Bitcoin transactions on the Mercari applications, which was released on March this year. First of all, let me give you a brief introduction of myself. I am Ryogui, and I'm also known internally as Pogosto, with a Slack name. I joined Mercari in November 2016 and have been involved in the development of the payment infrastructure since the launch of Merpay. I'm currently the head of engineers of the value circulation platform team, developing and operating the business infrastructure that supports the business of entire Mercari Group. Our vision for a value circulation platform is to provide the best choice of infrastructure for product teams. And especially, we provide the payment platform we are introducing today, merchant management, eKYC, and customer support, and other infrastructures that we provide for the product team. And this is the content of today's session. We'll begin with the brief overview. and followed by a discussion of each of the 3 domains. And this is an overview of infrastructure for settlement. As you can see, there are actually 2 separate payment systems or 2 separate settlement systems inside. And on the right-hand side, Merpay payment infrastructure introduced at last year's Tech Fest. And here, we provide payment functions for various payment methods for the Mercari free market application and Mercari shops and Merpay. The red on the left is a payment infrastructure for Mercoins, crypto asset trading systems. Why there's a 2 separate systems for the settlement is that the initial decision was made to separate Mercoins crypto asset trading business from the existing system because of the security and IT risks requirement. And separation includes the system infrastructure and the development and operation, all of them. And that was the decision made. And therefore, it will be no longer possible to provide functions from the existing settlement infrastructure. And we have rebuilt the settlement infrastructure exclusive for Mercoin. The settlement platform currently consists of the 3 domains shown in red: settlement, processing and ledger management, and bookkeeping. I will now talk about each domain. The definition of payment in our payment infrastructure is as follows. And we define payment as the transfer and exchange of value by manipulating the wallet of the participants in various payment transactions. And if it is defined as a Mercoin, it is a settlement in Mercoin to operate a customer's wallet, such as a crypto asset, the transaction of a crypto asset account, and to perform the value transfer and exchange. The most basic part of this definition is the management of managing customers' account where value fluctuates. And we call ledger management, and that is a domain. And this is the actual type of Mercoin customer's account. And first, Mercoin customers are basically using Merpay, and they do have the Mercari's point or Merpay bank accounts. And once customers start using Mercoin service, it creates an account to handle Mercoin's legal currency and a crypto asset account for BTC. And by the way, this BTC is in the system and is completely different from the OLE blocking. And when you operate this, you will record the changes, fluctuations in the value. And I think there are roughly 2 types of record keeping method. And what we call it like a single entry bookkeeping. And in this use case, I would like to explain what the customer purchases with the Mercoin. 2,000 yen was BTC using 1,000 yen in Mercoin points and 1,000 yen in a remaining balance in the Mercoin account. In this case, we will subtract the Mercari points from the settlement process and or subtract 1,000 yen from the ledger service, and finally collectively record the 2,000 yen BTC grant to the target service. With this method of the bookkeeping, the money transfer in the transaction will be handled and recorded independently on the source and the destination account. And since the ledger is a single ledger or independent ledger, so it is basically impossible to track where the money came in and came out of the certain cases. The ledger alone is not traceable. For example, 2,000 yen granted into the previous summary, that 2,000 yen, where is it coming from, which we will not be able to track from the basic ledger alone. And another way of record keeping is that we call it double entry bookkeeping. And this is exactly the same use case as before. But when linking to the ledger, the source and the disseminations are always recorded as a set. For example, if the subtract 1,000 yen and from the account and grant 2,000 yen in BTC for 1,000 yen, unlike the previous case, the remaining account consumption of the 1,000 yen transaction account and granted for the 1,000 yen in BTC, and that account will be linked first as one bookkeeping process. Then the two accounts will be simultaneously operated and recorded on the ledger side. And unlike before, the source and destination accounts are always operated as a set and recorded in the ledger. And from the perspective of the ledger, it is possible to trace the money coming in, out of the account and the destination of the money. And the Mercari ledger service uses a double entry bookkeeping described here. And for example, if you purchase 1,000 yen worth of bitcoins, and by deducting 1,000 yen from that account, and you will send a request to the ledger system from the upstream, and the ledger system would receive and this input as an account layer, and the service handles in the designated account within the input and exchange the value of that corresponding amount. And the service side then exchange the value of the corresponding amount of the money. And behind each account, detailed data such as log and SRAM and snapshot are created to store the logs of the fluctuations caused by the exchange of the value. And this was covered in the last year's Tech Fest, so I'm not going to talk about it in details. If you're interested in, then please refer to last year's Tech Fest. And I'm talking about that double entry bookkeeping. It actually have a challenge or the one issue. When you operate the account that is not managed by Mercoin's ledger system, for example, in the case of the Mercari point, and it is managed by the Merpay's the settlement infrastructure. Therefore, the Mercoin's the ledger system is not available, and at the time when we do that double entry booking, we cannot actually do it, and therefore we don't have that account. However, we have an internal account for the bookkeeping, for processing it, and that's what we do. For example, in case of the Mercari point, and there is going to be the deposit account for Mercari points. Or if it's a balance, remaining balance of the Merpay, in that case, we will prepare the remaining balance of the Merpay account. And when there is a campaign to give the BTC to the customers, in that case, Mercoin owns, we actually have that cost-bearing the account. And in this way, when we use that, we may have to use a double the numbers of the accounts in this case, So when we increase the numbers of the account, development is going to be needed, and in that case, productivity is going to be decreased. And therefore, what we have done is that this is it, which is a comparable value account. And that is a new concept that we have applied. And the default, the movement of the account, and that is the same. But depending on the when the special movement occurs, and then we define that as attributes to control them.
Then when the new account is created,
then in that case, we don't need to write the numbers of the codes and then be able to provide the functionality. Then the next is the payment or the settlement process. And what does it mean is that and the internal or the external, the account is going to manipulate it and then exchange the values, and that is called settlement. And since the settlement is proceeded across the basic systems, it is also an important role to ensure the consistency across the multiple servers. And that's also important. For functionality, this is how Mercoin provides functionality by abstracting the payment scheme in the form of the value exchange. And about in case of the Merpay, we talked about this last year's Tech Fest. We have been doing these transactions and been dividing and supporting different settlement schemes, and depending on the types of the customers participating in the settlement, an account or actions to be supported.
for Mercoin, we elevated the level of abstraction so the value can be exchanged between parties as a settlement. And since Mercoin transactions are basically between accounts held by the customers, so that counterparty is always other customers. So the exchange of value between customers' account can be processed through the exchange API. If the customer wants to have transaction confirmed immediately upstream, depending on the use cases, they can use the immediate confirmation mode. If the customer wants to have the transaction confirmed after the conditions are met, we offer two-phase processing. And to illustrate with a practical example, in this BTC purchase use case, using the price and other terms offered to the customers, service in charge of upstream crypto asset transaction will first process the actual execution of purchase transaction. Then we send the request through the value exchange API to the service in charge of settlement processing to write the transaction accounts to Mercari point account held by customer in the execution process. Then, when the upstream execution is finalized, call capture exchange, and which finalize the balance in the trading account or Mercari point account, and finally grant BTC to customers' crypto asset account. And one more thing about selling BTC. In a reverse flow, we process the BTC from customers' BTC account, and if the upstream transaction is executed and confirmed, we process the finalization, then the BTC is processed, and the customer's trading account is credited with a sales balance for a corresponding amount. And one more topic. As I was talking about earlier, we need to handle the distributed transactions since they are reprocessed across multiple services. We have the same issue with existing Merpay. The blog post above shows how it's been done in Merpay. And at Mercoin, we are currently working on a new initiative. Below is the blog recently put together by a new member of our team. There will also be a session at this Tech Fest, and our team member, Sushio-san, will present. So if you are interested in the details, so please watch that session. Just for your information, so this is the overview. Along with the development of Mercoin payment service, we developed a workflow SDK that can be used universally. Using SDK, workflow functions and also activity functions can be defined in the same way as in normal programming. And workflow logic can be built as shown here. And if one payment process is broken down on multiple apps, and if there is an error that needs to be rolled back, the compensation process written on the right side can be defined as an activity. So it will automatically execute it. And so the system will guarantee the success of a final payment. Another thing which was introduced as a new initiative at last year's Tech Fest is that Mercoin is also ensuring consistency across all microservices. This new mechanism called Processing Tracer is used to ensure consistency across all microservices. By using this mechanism, result confirmation function previously defined in each microservice can be processed in a processing tracer, and results are gathered, and which can be used for reporting as a single source. So this single source report is aggregated in a processing tracer. Then, when posting in an accounting ledger is performed, well, you can check the confirmation result to avoid that rework later on. So that kind of operation is supported. Finally, we'll also discuss the domain bookkeeping. Specifically, we are talking about accounting and legal bookkeeping. The difference in the definition between an account book and a ledger is described here. So we have some certain uniqueness, but both are used to record the flow of money with transactions. The term ledger is designed to manage the increase or the decrease in the value of a customer's account and the transfers of money. And for other purpose, we have, and again, accounting books. So accounting books is for account processing, and we have a statutory book that is for a statutory requirement. First, let's talk about the accounting book linkage. What you can see here is a current situation with Merpay side. And as you can see, in yellow, we have a common accounting service. So when the basic accounting requirement arises, we define the necessary accounting event as needed in each microservice and link them to this accounting service. Also, Merpay's ledger service uses single entry bookkeeping. So there is not enough data to make it an accounting linkage because it's only one side being posted. So with the existing Merpay way of doing things, and I felt there are some few issues. One is that each microservice needs to have a domain knowledge of the system and accounting when the linking accounting is needed, especially for the core payment service in the middle of the payment infrastructure. There are many payment types, and if the accounting linkage data is not designed correctly for each type of payment, then accounting and operational cost will be high. As I mentioned earlier, Merpay's ledger system is based on a single entry system, so it is not currently possible to link all the accounting information from that layer. Also, since both the books and accounting ledger shows the movement of money generated by upstream settlement transactions, we need to handle more details info from a reconcile perspective, but the book and accounting ledgers are still not linked. And the recording time often depends on the time defined within each microservice. When the time of recording is different between microservices and data processing becomes different, hence the reconciliation is not possible. With that in mind, this is how Mercoin's accounting ledger is linked. Mercoin has created a ledger service that adopts a double entry standard, as I mentioned earlier. So the source and the destination of the money generated by transactions are captured in a basic ledger service, which can then be used to link the data necessary for accounting journal entries. Also, that green ledger service in the lower left does the posting in an accounting ledger. The component inside collects the new accounting event, process journal entries, and other data needed for accounting. So these are the components we have developed. Unfortunately, I don't have a time to explain this new component this time, but I hope to talk about it again if there is an opportunity. The feature of the accounting linkage mechanism adopted by Mercoin is that basically only the ledger service layer is linked to accounting data, so the other microservices do not need to think about accounting linkage, which makes the development and operation lighter. And since the basic accounting is linked to the accounting ledger using the ledger data, it is much easier to create a reconcile mechanism between the ledger and the accounting. Finally, we will briefly touch on the statutory ledgers. Statutory ledgers are required to compile and maintain ledger data to meet legal requirement in a crypto asset exchange business. I will skip the details, but perhaps these are probably unfamiliar terms to you. These are customer self-order slips, customer proprietary ledgers, and segregated control charts. To create these ledgers, we have created a function to manage the legal ledgers in our ledger service. As a data source, we collect the main event of necessary transactions from the upstream crypto asset transaction service. And we use the API provided by the ledger service to refer to the variable data of the various accounts that customers hold and perform the daily compilation of the legal ledgers that are required. And finally, to summarize, we introduced the settlement infrastructure of Mercoin today. We have also developed a new ledger service that employs a double entry bookkeeping method and a payment service that provides a more universally usable payment function for value exchange. And so we have worked on new mechanisms such as workflow SDKs and processing tracer to ensure success. Finally, on the product side, we have developed a ledger service to manage accounting and legal ledgers. As a challenge and for the future, of course, we would like to continuously evolve the settlement infrastructure for Merpay and Merpay, utilizing the practical experience we have gained with Mercoin. In addition, we are beginning to see the main components that can be shared across the organizations, such as ledger book and the payment system I mentioned earlier. So we would like to take on the challenge of designing the system that can be shared. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Now I would like to deliver a presentation about the technology that supports the transaction management for the Mercoin payment microservice. And I would like to deliver a presentation. I am the lead of the Merpay Payment Platform team. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Shota Suzuki, and internally I work under my account name called Shusho, and I work as the backend engineer for Merpay. Let me just briefly introduce my history. I joined Merpay in 2018, and after I worked on ID or code payment microservice development, and right now I am in charge of Mercoin payment and accounting microservice development. This is the agenda for today. At the beginning, briefly, I would like to explain what is Mercoin Payment Microservice, and then I would like to talk about the transaction management, and then about reconcile, and then wrap up at the end. So first, I would like to talk about what is Mercoin Payment Microservice is. Well, this is a microservice that's responsible for conducting the customer's payment process, and there are following use cases as shown here. The first one is to deposit money from Merpay balance to Mercoin balance, and the next is depositing Mercoin balance to Merpay balance, and the next is using Mercoin balance and Mercari points to purchase crypto assets, and the next is selling of the crypto assets. And so these are the four main use cases, and there are use cases for both depositing or withdrawals or transactions. And the next is to talk about the microservice transaction management. Well, with regards to transaction management generally, with the transaction across microservices, microservices have their own database, and so the process to roll back to the database of the microservice that we depend on. And also, there are distributed transactions like the two-phase commit, and because the resource state needs to be locked, there's a possibility where the service availability goes down. And in order to do so, the business logic to eliminate the user's operation is executed as a guaranteed transaction, and we take the approach of executing that in sequence to ensure the integrity of the result at our company. And next is about Saga. This is one of the architecture that uses the result integrity, and we use this at our company too. And the transaction is separated into separate transactions, and they are executed in order. And if there are errors where retry is impossible, then the guaranteed transaction, which is a reverse process, will be executed in order. And we are taking this approach in the microservices that we develop as well to design the transactions. So let me talk about what this transaction management is using the use case of purchasing crypto assets using the Mercoin microservice. So the overall is one transaction, and each one of these are the separate transactions. And starting from the left top, first, the payment itself, the payment microservice itself will manage the state. And so first, the resource is written to its own database. And after that, the next transaction is to execute the deduction of the Mercari point that is used for the purchase. And once that is successful, after that, the Mercoin balance JPY is deducted. And once that is completed, then the actual BTC balance is actually added, and once that is successful, your resource is updated, and these are published at the end as event, and the resource state is published. And these are the total of 6 transactions. And with regards to the guaranteed transaction that I mentioned earlier, the definition is as follows. For example, if there was a failure in adding the BTC, then it would go back a step to do a reverse process of deducting JPY, and instead the JPY addition is done through the guaranteed transaction. And then Mercari point deductions reverse process of adding is defined as the next guaranteed transaction, and then the resources updated and published as event. And I would like to show you the order of the execution when the process had failed at each step. For example, if the BTC adding process had failed, the APY adding process, Mercari point adding process, a resource update, and publish event. And so this is the order where the process is executed. And next, if the JPY deduction process had failed, you would go back a step before to start from the Mercari point adding, and you go in the reverse order to execute the guaranteed transactions. Next, if the Mercari point adding process had failed, the resource is updated and event is published. So that would be the order of executing the guaranteed transaction. So this is how the transaction is designed, and by doing so, even during the way, if there was an error where the retry was impossible, we are able to safely roll back. So based on this design, how these should be deployed have been considered in our company, and based on that, we use GCP as cloud service. So whether an open source product or a GCP product would be a candidate. And so we just considered the following two. The first was the gRPC workflows. It's a product called Workflows. And this, well, the transaction process is the process, and these need to be deployed as HTTP API endpoint. And so at the time of the development, we would need to do a unit test. But we thought that it would be a bit difficult to validate. That was a concern. And also, Cadence and Temporal, which are open source product, we're not supporting Cloud Spanner that's being used internally. So as a result, we thought it was better to develop them ourselves. So that's why we decided to develop the system ourselves. So I would like to talk about the architecture of the workflow engine that we developed ourselves, and let me explain the overview. Basically, this workflow engine, we're expecting that this is deployed into the same pod or the server with the application server, and it will be running on the runtime, and for the users, it will be used like a SDK library. The application, what is called a worker, is accessed through the library's interface, but there are two main communication interfaces being used for the communication. The first is the register workflow function. And by using this, the communication is done. Just to explain what this is, well, in the earlier explanation, I explained the transactions, and these are the actual Go activities. This will be registered beforehand on the workflow engine, saying that this sort of workflow will be used, and this is the interface for that. And the workers, once the registration request comes in, it will store that into the in-memory registry, and when that is executed, it uses reflection to call this and execute this. And the other one is the interface that executes the workflow. Once this is called, the worker will first, well, this is the spanner, which is called the engine spanner. And these would manage the workflow or activity. So this is a very simple cloud gRPC server. And to this, what is the input and what is the function name and what is the function name to execute. And the workers will write that into the engine server. And the worker would publish an event saying that the workflow had started onto the channel. And the worker would subscribe that event. If we were to talk about that based on Go, it would use the reflect values call function to actually execute this. And once that is completed, the worker will send a workflow complete request to the engine server, and after that it would send a completed event to the channel. And the result of the workflow execution, the application will want to confirm that by receiving the output. I think there might be some requirements of wanting to return a response to the client, and so the worker, in an asynchronous manner, the worker will return the response to the application that is waiting for that response. And if it fails throughout the way and it could not be completed, and in that case, there's something called a recovery worker, and this will tell the engine server that it's not completed, and they would give a list of the workflow activities so that it would retry again. So this was roughly how the actual application workflow is managed by the workflow engine. Well, I have summarized the vocabulary, and so let's just look at those terminologies. Yes, the workflow that I've been mentioning since a while ago is defined as a business logic that uses multiple activities, and the transaction management, I talked about the overall transaction. I think it's okay for you to imagine that this is what I'm talking about.
And activity is the lowest level of that, or the minimum, the level of the business logic. So you can imagine each transaction as described above. Next is a worker. This worker communicates from application server to the performance server according to the request, and also subscribes an event from the channel and performance processing account to the type of event. And there's a recovery worker, and whose role is almost same, but who retrieves a list of uncompleted frame and retries them. Also, it is this microfunction registry that manages the pipe with the Go code passed from the application in the memory structure of the memory. Next is the channel, which I mentioned earlier as an event. The channels are the state transition event hub for workflows, activities, etc. And as of now, there's 4 types of the event, and workflow started, activity is started, completed, and there's 4 different types. And in terms of that started, this is the event to start the workflow, and once it is received, and then the worker actually using the reflect, and then call the function, and then complete arrives that this event hub, and then response will be brought back to the application after it is completed. And also, this is pretty same as the other the workflow. And the next, engine server. And this is a simple plot of gRPC server to manage the workflow. And workflow or activities, that is the actual input and output of those is the stored. And to allow, for example, a case where the process has been completed up to the middle point and then, but failed, and needs to be retried. And the output of the previously executed activity is stored here, and therefore you can simply return the output and process it appropriately without executing it again. Now, let's look at the structure of transaction for the purpose of cryptographic asset using the workflow engine. For instance, if we are going to use this workflow and how does it work, which I would like to explain. The overall workflow of cryptographic asset purchasing is defined, and then there is each transaction, and that is defined as an activity. And in the same way, compensation, the transactions are defined as an activities, and then how it is going to be executed. And using a Go code, we define that. And let's look at the code sample. And first, application or app, and that structure is ready. And then an initialization process, such as like a workflow or the workflow to be called for the execution, and those activities is going to be registered previously. And then run say hello, and if method is called, and as a workflow, say hello, that is going to be executed and receive the response. And this is a simple code. With this activity, at the worker, the say hello function is executed. Be able to receive the response. And let's look at the contents of the say hello. And hello activity, and that is executed, and then waiting for that response for that. And that is the function of the workflow. By doing this, workflow and say hello is executed, and then say hello, activity hello is going to be executed. And that way the application is defined. And therefore, it will retry until it will be successfully completed. And that's how it works. In this way, as I have mentioned, which was a Mercoin use case, and those kind of workflow designs, and that can be embedded into the Go code and then executed. And that's how the transaction is managed. Up to here, I have explained about the transaction management, and then I would like to discuss about the reconcile now. Now, for the reconcile, the dependent microservice, and let's see there is any consistency, and there is a process of the reconcile. And because of the service natures, because we are handling the customer's asset, and then among the microservice, we have to make sure that there's no inconsistency among the microservice. And this process needs to be separately done. That is the purpose. And then also, not just our microservice, but all the microservices depending on, and that's where we need to verify. And then as a result, and there's a consistency that needs to be checked. And then after that, we would like to execute that accounting the process. So that is the purpose of the reconciliation. And what we have developed is a processing trace, and that is a microservice that we have developed. And microservice reconcile processes picked and the reconcile status and monitor and microservice to provide that alert, and that's what it does. And this is overview. And this is also a case of the purchase of the crypto asset. In this case, the other payment and balance, and those are the microservice depending on the transaction of the crypto asset purchase. And order is an entry point for this transaction, and therefore, at first, order will generate processing ID. Then, after that, request is sent to the payment, and with this processing ID, and request will be sent. And then after that, the payment will send the request to the balance, and this is also going to be attached to it. And then within the 3 microservice, processing ID has been propagated. And then after that, order itself goes into there's a registered processing ID in this gRPC server, and we call it that, and then registration will be done. And then after that, processing traces, what it does is that on the current job, processing ID is registered, which can be checked. And this processing ID, and that is registered from the orders, and that is checked, and therefore with the current job, and perhaps subtopic exclusive for the order job, and against that, the reconcile event is going to be published. And then, the service itself, what it does is that linking the topics and the subsections is going to be created, and then reconcile process is going to be executed. An event calls, and then reconcile process is going to be executed. In terms of the contents, the inquiry to the payment and reconcile that the status, and then to the processor tracer reconcile report, which is the gRPC request is going to be sent to. And then there is, depending on the payment and the report, within the report, the payment that's identifier, and that is added in the report. By doing so, the processing tracer, the new, this processing ID is depending on the payment, and that can be understood, and therefore with the current job, the payment, the purpose of topics, the event will be provided, and the payment will reconcile with the balance. And then after that, with the report and the balance, which is identified, and put it onto the report. And then the processing trace itself, and later on, and the purpose of the event can be published to the balance. And overall, the reconcile process is propagated in overall. And what if the balance was not done? Balance did not do that, the reconcile in the case, and it will send the alert to the Slack. That's how it works. And now these are the glossaries, the processing ID, and this is ID to identify that reconcile process, and entry point the microservice will generate, and exclusivity key is going to be used for the generations to make it unique. And then also the registered the processing ID, and that is the registrations in the process and reconcile an event, and within a certain period of time, the process ID is generated, and then the microservice pops up topics will actually get the event for that, and report reconcile, and this is the topic is subscribed, and execute the reconcile of the process, and alert if there's no reconcile process in that case, and to the on-call channel of that microservice notification will be provided, and at the end, Mercoin microservice reconcile the process, which I would like to discuss. The processing from the processing tracer reconcile event is provided, and then after that, at the payment and their own resource is found from the processing ID, and into the Merpay payment order to the balance the request is sent, and at that time, and the status of itself, and then also the dependent microservices are compared, and then if it's okay, the report will be submitted. And finally, I would like to summarize. The first, for the transaction management, in order to perform the transaction, the process across the multiple the microservices, and we have developed and using the workflow engine that using server, and then they're reconciled. And due to the nature of the service, it is necessary to check whether the process is being executed as expected when it is reconciled, and this is done by processing tracer, which we have developed, and therefore we can standardize the processing. And that's all, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hello. So we are getting closer to the end of 3 days on, again, Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest session. So this session title is Merpay Engineering Career Talk. So we'd like to have a very open discussion so that the people can ask a question which are a little difficult to ask in regular conversation. So I will talk about what kind of thing I've had as a challenge in my career. So here are the panelists. I'm Keigo. I'm a VP of Engineering at Merpay. So 2016. So again, I joined the Mercari Group as a backend engineer. So in the middle, so I became a playing manager. And also after becoming the product manager in the middles. And after, again, this product engineering, again, organization was established, so I was the part of it. And so like manager of manager, EM management are the one I handles. And then after that, I become head of engineering at the Sozo. Now I serve as a VP of engineering at the Merpay, so nice to meet all of you. So next, so that Osamengo-san. Hello everyone, so I'm Osamengo. So let me explain my brief background in Merpay. So I joined on August in 2016, and so I joined in Sozo, which is the subsidiary of Mercari. And Keigo-san was my mentor. So I'm originally the backend engineer. So I engaged in the product development around 2018. I was transferred to Merpay. At that time, also as a backend engineer. After a year and a half, I become engineering manager. So first for the product side and code settlement, and also the merchant management, and also for screening, but fintech architect and engineering. So I'm in charge of the service more on the product developers area. Again, nice to meet all of you today. Thank you. 5-star sound. So would you like to introduce yourself? Hello. So I am Katsuhiro Ogawa. So January 2018, so I joined Mercari. So it's been 6 years. So I initially belonged to corporate engineering team, and that is designed for internal evaluation and also the product development, which are used internally. And so I spent a year and a half at Mercari as the back-end architect. And September 2019, so I was transferred to Merpay. So since then, I belong to credit design team. So post-payment or the Merpay smart payment development, there are some of the area I participated in, so that the both Keigo-san and also Osamu-san, and again the management levels, so that I act as the engineering head today. So I'm an engineer, but my again position is currently engineering head. So sometimes I again make a decision on behalf of team. So in my career, so I used to work both startup and others. At the same time, I'm developing my career as an engineer. Again, nice to meet all of you today. Thank you very much. So this is the live session. So please put your comment on the chat on the YouTube or post a comment on X. So of course, we'd like to definitely answer any kind of questions which are posted. So moving on to, again, the questions. Osamengo-san. So Keigo-san, when did you become a VP? So officially starting from July this year, but I came back to Merpay in April, so I was acting as a VP already since April. So after I joined Merpay, so less than 1 year, so the Keigo-san was in a management position. So, and Keigo-san went to, again, Sozo and came to Merpay. So I just wanted to understand what happened. Well, thank you. So I was a head of engineering at Sozo. This year, April, Mercari shop business was consolidated into Mercari and core, and we had to reorganize the team structure. And so, but anyhow, so I was asked to come back to Mercari to spearhead the consolidation activities. I know that Merpay is a big organization, so I pondered a little. But I think that this is one of the great opportunity, although it's considered as a challenge. So that's why I took this position. So at that time, well, have you even considered becoming the VP as the one of your career paths? Well, thank you very much for a wonderful question. So I wasn't really interested in the titles. I just want to contribute to companies by leveraging my skills, because the product development is my favorite work. Because of that, I wasn't really aspired to be a VP or nor CIO at that time. So to answer your question, well, the condition changed little by little. So when I became a manager, so I was initially overwhelmed with the expectation, but as I had a lot of members under me, and also that there are probably that management role required. But at that time, so I didn't really think about becoming a VP. Even to my boss, I said, so probably I just wanted to go back to just developer or engineer position. But as time passed by, I embraced the challenges, and also, and then because of that, I just became a VP. At what timing so did you decide to again be in a management group? There wasn't really any timing, so because I was acting as a plain manager in a small group, so of course I wrote code, and sometimes I acted as a manager. So, and also the product manager was the position I held. So I continued that. So you haven't written code recently? As a hobby, I only write code for my, again, pleasure. So you still write code? But I hadn't done it in past 3 months, but writing code is my hobby. Of course, I like to write code. Thank you. I know we have time limited. Probably we should move on to next. 5-star-san. So this is the question from Osamengon-san, I guess. 5-star-san. So you introduce yourself. So for credit design and also post payment. So And well, there are big credit design teams, so to which you were transferred. So I know if you look at your career, so you pursued your career in this credit area, and also the eco service was released, but you stayed in this credit domain, and so. But at the same time, the role to be played in the credit side is more expanded than before. So how do you see that the change in the responsibility of engineering in a credit design space? So in previous team, so I was a back-end architect. I had to combine the multiple services in architecture. So the domain modeling and architecture and system design interest me. That's why, and so I love to coordinate these designs. So as my career path suggests, therefore, I know the credit service has been expanded. So if I look at my career, ever since I joined Merpay, especially for the credit business, so I always believe that there is a growth potential in a credit design space. So I'm currently at the mid-30s. So when I was in 20s, so I used to love writing code, but nowadays, I just want to create an excellent product, of course, and if it's necessary to write the code, I do that. But rather than that, I'm now focused on facilitating the teamwork by managing the teams for this credit design business. Again, fascinates me. And that's why I declared that I wanted to work in credit design, so here I am. But initially, of course, you have to earn trust in a team. So initially, so that I belong to a microservice development team, and I accumulated my expertise. And then I become a tech lead for microservice. So I know we had a huge challenge as an up and down for the Mercari Mercoin business launch. And wanted to, again, always hold ownership with my work. So probably I was acting more like a CTO. So that was my mindset. So the depth and width of engineering responsibility, yes, expanded, but this is what I really wanted to do. Okay, because so I'm up for challenges at the front line. So that's why, and so I always want to work in the front line rather than holding the managerial positions. So all of us are engineers, so we have all engineering background. So sometimes, well, as engineer trade, so we like to produce something new, and once we create the product, I know that it's enjoyable touch and feel the product we have developed. So speaking of the mentality or the motivations, so that I know you have to look at the condition from the bird's eye, and you have to have more like a high-level picture, and you have to have a certain mindset.
So what was the trigger of experiencing that change? I'm just wondering when it started. I'm not exactly sure if there was like a clear transition point. That's hard to say. But when I'm having communications with the team's manager, the way to demonstrate the performance, I was told that I should rely on the others, and that way I kind of focus more. And so that was my thought. And with the LLM, we may not have to write that many code. And the generative profiling is a book that I read a long time ago, and we're no longer in the world where writing a code would give me the money, and that was the pressure that I had. And rather than that, we thought that I should work on the core part of the challenge, and I thought that I could continue making money that way. That was my calculative way of thinking. Well, I think this is a topic that we can talk for more than like 2 hours. It's like rewinding back on your life. So you had that intention from before, and at the time of credit design. What you had before is starting to come out, or I think you're delivering that. So that's probably why you said you don't remember when you started. I mean, I thought that was really convincing. Yeah, credit design has a very complicated challenges, and there's a lot of contact point in terms of customers' experience. I mean, we start from using the postpay, or we would have to collect the money. And this itself has the P&L as one business. That's how big it is, and that's how complex it is. I mean, there are different legal requirements that we need to comply with. There are different laws, and we need to have understanding of them. So this is a very difficult domain. But the more difficult it is, it's meaningful for me to challenge. So when I rewind something that is so complex, the domain model, when I can create a really clean domain model, it's really a big joy for me. And I think there's a difficulty of continuously maintaining it. So what's interesting about Merpay is that we have the strength, and the credit team has a very capable members. And also we have very high expectation from the company. They want us to update the services to drive the business. That's what we are as a product team. So the more I do, I can deliver more result. And because I have that responsibility, not being a manager, but in the field, I am able to deliver the management while I'm doing my job. And that is one of the models that I used to pursue when I was younger. So I'm grateful. I think that was a great talk. Well, being able to work with a respectful member is such a big benefit for us. Yeah. So since I talked too much, I should go on to the next topic. I can understand that you can talk forever, but so this is a question from 5-star to Osamingo. Well, Osamingo-san, I thought you joined as a manager, but I guess not. You became a manager after joining this company, I guess. Yes, that's right. So it's been a while since you became a manager. So it started in October of 2018, so it's been almost 5 years. well, as was mentioned from Keigo earlier, but do you have any thought of wanting to go back to IC? Yes, of course. Yeah, there's like a wave of those thoughts going up and down. I mean, of course, there's a timing of doing new businesses, or the timing of growing the business, or because of the company or the market situation. Because there's the go bold value in the company. I've always looking for the place where we can go bold. And within that, of course, I have thought about an option of going back to IC. But at this point, I kind of enjoy being a manager so far. And that is why I've been doing it for 5 years. Of course, I am not fully capable yet in many cases. I wanted to ask you the same thing. What do you enjoy? Well, the reason why it became an EM at the beginning was that I think that was 2 to 3 years after I joined Mercari Group. And when I want to maximize my performance, I had this personal wonder as to what I should do, and I was wondering for about 6 months. And that was when Merpay was waiting for the launch, and it was really vague at the time. And at the time in the company, engineering manager philosophy event was held, and a pretty famous venture CTs and BPs came over to our company and they talked. And there was a series of events, and I after joining that event, I started to think that I wanted to be an EM. And at a great timing, I was appointed as an EM. And originally, I was on the product side doing codes like a merchant management or merchant contract. So I've been doing the product side for a pretty long time. For example, with NTT Docomo, I worked on the integration for deepen, or I got involved with government ministries and agencies, and I thought that was quite fun too. But as the manager, the product was very interesting, but I wanted to challenge the platform side. So architecture, engineering, productivity is more like on the back end. And so that's why I'm doing this. And at the time, if it's a product, the product manager is there. But this area, there is no product manager. The engineers are voluntarily leading this, and the EM would work a lot too. So there's different expectation on the EM. Even by looking at one role, depending on the area, the management skills that are required are quite different. So because of the gap, I actually enjoy it. Although it's the same role, but it's totally different, and that was another interesting point for me. Oh, we're getting a question, so I want to ask this question to Osamingo-san. In building your career, how do you address if there's like an exhaustion in the field? Well, EM, when you become an EM for the first time, because you don't write the code, you might fall behind on the knowledge. I think that's one concern, but did you have those concerns? Yes. Yes, definitely I did. And because when you're writing the code in the front line, the knowledge of the engineer against the really edgy tech, the knowledge will go down. significantly, and the speed of writing the code can go down to 2/3. And I felt that really quickly. So I thought that I kind of died as an engineer already. So I had those feeling. And what I did at the time was that through one-on-ones, the techie members taught me a lot. I mean, I didn't know anything about SDO, and I could go ask the people with that knowledge. And gRPC, I didn't know this and that. And when that happened, I would go to ask the members who know a lot about gRPC or protocol members. And so the managers should ask. And that way, the members would give me the attention, saying that this guy is interested in technology. So although I feel a bit exhausted of being far from the field, but because we're working as a team, the communication with the members have been useful for filling in that gap. I'd like to ask 5-star as well, but 5-star, you're an IC, so you're not management, but as a tuning head, you said that you don't have that much time to write codes, but do you have similar sense of issues, or do you feel that similar sense of exhaustion? Yes, to be honest, yes, we do have that. I do have that. I think I am able to do what I'm supposed to do. I mean, in the credit area, rather than have complete coverage, I think I need to delegate to a certain extent. And of course, I need to make the decisions that I'm supposed to make, but I can depend on people. I mean, I'm in the similar perspective as a tech lead. They have the similar roles, so I should distinguish my role. If I don't know something, I can just ask. And through communication, I think I can pretty much overcome them. And so that way, I am able to maintain my level. Thank you very much. We have a bit of time left, so this is my personal question to 5-star. I think you're interested in the organization, so I'm just wondering if you're interested in the manager role, or if you're not interested at all. That's an interesting question. Until about a year ago, I never thought about it, but the current role needs to be handed over to someone else. And what's requested of me next could possibly a manager role. And at that point, I can think about it then as one of the options. Right now, because I'm not saying that I don't want to be a manager, so I'm not forced to be a manager. So if I want to become a manager at some point, I would like to consult with you. Okay, thank you very much. That was a difficult question to answer in a public forum like this. Well, I have a lot more that I want to ask, and I'm sure you have a lot more you want to talk about, but we're running out of time. And so I will close for today. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you for your attendance. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, I will give a presentation titled Re-architecture Attempt for Massive BFF using gRPC Federation. And I'm Kojima, a member of Merpay Engineering and Productivity team. And first, let me introduce myself. I am GOCCY and Gossi, and that is my account. And I joined the Mixi in 2012 as a new graduate and have been working on various project from front end to the back end of the web and applications regardless of the technical field. And I started working at the Merpay as a new graduate in 2021, 2023, and the following year, 2023, I was speaking at a conference in Asia, and the conference and about my processing system I have presented and worked there for about 5 years. And then I like OSS development, and I recently have been writing a lot of Go OSS. And my dream is to reach to the 10,000 stars. And this is the picture of my left log, left log. And this is today's agenda. And first, and I would like to talk about the how we've been dealing with the BFF at the Merpay and how we would like to deal with the Merpay in the future. And naturally, an issue arose during the process, and we are trying to solve them using a mechanism called gRPC Federation. And first, and also would like to talk about the gRPC Federation as well. And then, now let me talk about the history of the BFF. And first, I would like to talk about its merit and the roles, and develop the merit as well. And what was and back end for front end. And as you can see from that spelling, and it is specialized service that returns a response specifically to the front end or client. The advantage of the BFF is that client does not have be aware of other backend services, and only have to think about the BFF interaction, and it is easier for the client and concentrate on the BFF. And on the other hand, happens backend and that can response to as it likes. Without being aware of the client, and BFF can aggregate the responses into a form that suit to the client, and that's good for the backend. On the other hand, there is a disadvantages, and that is tends to be a huge monolith that it is difficult to maintain, and because the many teams tend to develop a single or BFF, the fact that the number of the teams are involved in the case and the responsibility tends to be very bigger. And that the Merpay, how we have handled this BFF, and under the Merpay API, and there's a service called Merpay API, and that aggregates the result of the many microservices and return optimize the result to the client. And there are many companies that manage gateways and BFF, such as the Merpay API. And I think there are a lot of companies that's this, and we think that Merpay API is quite huge, and therefore the responsibility is clearly separated, and that is the reason why that we provide the services, and it's all independent. The different team is managing the maintenance. More than 4 years after the release of the Merpay, and the issue of unclear ownership gradually emerged as numerous teams added functionality to the Merpay API, and currently as a stopgap to take measures, and the specific team is responsible for the entire Merpay API. And however, this is still huge, and the cost for the maintaining is pretty high, and it is and as you see here in this diagram, and the team are working on the Merpay API for the development, and then the maintenance and operation team is quite few, and therefore it's becoming more and more difficult to manage this. To solve this problem, we started the Merpay API re-architecture project this year, and this project aims to manage the Merpay API by dividing the Merpay API into the multiple BFF one for each API, so that it will be clear which team are responsible for which API. and the left before. The left side is before. The structure of the project was to change from the system in which the various teams were involved in the development. And however, now each team has a responsibility for each of that, the property Merpay API, and for team B, and there's a BFFA, and so that the team is corresponding to the BFFA, and that is a project. A Merpay architecture project, and because of this, led to the creation of multiple BFF, and has been created. And then the team and the BFF correspondence is more clearer, and which will increase the demand for the lower development and maintenance cost for the team. On the other hand, BFFs are categorized by the simplicity of their responsibilities. So many of them are the routine tasks. Considering this, and I think that there is a need for some kind of the mechanism to develop and for the automated, and we needed to such kind of a framework or the system to do it. For example, the federated architecture, such as the graph federations, or the prompt automation of the routine tasks, and we also considered GraphQL federations and Apollo or federation as well. And this is a mechanism to construct a federated architecture using GraphQL. I won't go in details, but I think that in recent years, the numbers of the companies using this system has been increasing. Naturally, Merpay also considered this, but we had been operating a huge service using only gRPC, and we felt the cost of the new GraphQL system a bit too high. And it is necessary to install a GraphQL server for each microservice. And however, we were told that the cost is pretty high, and all backend developers, they have to have the new the knowledge for this, and for the GraphQL operation and monitoring. The knowledge is going to be required, and there's many requirements for that to implement this new system, and therefore we decided not to implement this. And the question is, what do we do now? And if there's no way to use gRPC to build a QL federated architecture, and in that case, let's develop this. And using the gRPC, and we are developing that gRPC federation. And as you see here, a gRPC server is used, and BFF is automatically generated using this mechanism, and BFF uses the gRPC protocol as before to communicate with the service under it. Now let me explain the gRPC federation, and this is a mechanism to build federation architecture using the gRPC, and the protocol option describes how to behave, and as a result, gRPC server can be created automatically, and of course, there are the cases in which the complex logic cannot be expressed in the protocol alone. But for such cases, only that part can be written in Go, and it is a hybrid of the protocol and Go. I think it would be effective for a service such as a BFF, and which does not have its own data, but returns the aggregated result of the Microsoft service. And first, I would like to briefly touch upon the design philosophy for this. And we focus on the response on the protocol. And the focus on the response, and that means the message equivalent to the responses, RPC response side, in order to get that message, and we call the gRPC method. And that's how I thought. And normally, the response is a result of the call, the gRPC, so it's going to be reverse, or opposite. And however, we wanted to focus on the message, and that's why we needed to focus. And so we decided to focus on that response. And the second is that to assume that every message has a gRPC method to retrieve it, and messaging method. and is going to be linked as one-to-one basis. That is the basis. We also had an initial idea of what kind of experience that we wanted to provide with the gRPC Federation at the very beginning. And one is that one of the things that we wanted to do automate the typical tasks and be a PIP, and then also depending on the service and in between, and the type of the model changes, and there is going to be a lot, and we wanted to automate such tasks. And service dependencies only by the analyzing the protocol, and we wanted to understood. And on the protocol and be a PIP depending on, and that could be written. By doing so, if the protocol proto is analyzed, and in that case, we'll be able to understand that. And this is how people should use this, and so that we'll be able to understand that dependencies of each method. And furthermore, be a PIP, and then also the dependent services, there's a type the conversion then that needs to be automated, and it will be the messages at the dependent areas that we want to analyze it, and the same message have to be applied for the BFF. Otherwise, the source of the cause always have to be aware of that, and otherwise, no reason to have the BFF, and that's why. And with this designs, in the case at the BFF side, and across the package, the same the type, the changes will occur, and with the gRPC Federation. And we wanted to do it automatically, and describe in the one-to-one basis. And the other one is to make it possible to understand the service dependencies only by analyzing the plot. And to begin with, the microservice architecture, there are many advantages to understanding the dependencies in the service. By knowing that the dependencies of each method, then it is possible to determine if there are the circular the references to calculate the theoretical performance values, and also understand the range of the influence during the refactoring. And by using the separate Go library provided by the gRPC federations can be used in reflection functions of the plot itself, and it will be possible to obtain this dependency mechanism, and so that we will be able to use it for data utilization. And the following to that, a brief introduction explain the tools, including the gRPC, and because it's a proto in the or as a plugin Proto-C gRPC Federation. That is one of the tools, and Proto-C Go and Proto-C Go PRC, and those two plugins that we use it in the combination with to automatically generate the gRPC BFF sub. And there's a Linda as well, and this is the standalone tool. However, Proto-compile has done, and gRPC Federation description mistake can be checked. And this is going to be the compiles, and therefore it will be more accurate. And there's a language server that is also provided, and on the gRPC generation options descriptions also supported, and therefore the re-enter errors or the stores, and that can be done on the data right away. And then I will now explain the I will talk about how to use this gRPC Federation. And then I was 3 services: post service, user service, and BFF, and federation services. As you can see here in this figure, and when the ID called host ID is sent to the federation service, and the service to be created for the project, post message is obtained by the passing it to the post service under it, and the user ID field in the post message is used to query the user service. The user service is then queried based on the value of the user ID field present in the post message, and in them and retrieves another message. We would like to link the service that combines the 2 messages into a message that includes the user in the post, in the return, in the message.
This is the definition of a protocol for each service, so I will briefly describe. The leftmost column shows the contents of the protocol corresponding to federation service. There is a method called getPost. The contents of the message post is changed. the content of the message post is the user message directly within. The two on the right are the post service and user service content, each of which has one method that returns itself, such as get post or get user. Each post has a field called user ID and user message that is returned to user service. I will use this to briefly explain the gRPC Federation protocol options first. There are service message fields with corresponding options. So there are options such as gRPC Federation Service for Services and gRPC Federation Simulation Message for Messages. The first option is the gRPC Federation Service, which is used to specify the services to be automatically generated for the gRPC Federation. The function has a section called dependencies to define dependencies. In this example, if we add the gRPC Federation Service option to the Federation Service, we can define dependencies for post services and user services. So such dependency can be defined here. Next, message option is the most important one, and it's divided into two main categories, resolver and messages. These options change the definition of what values are assigned to each field of the message itself and how the values themselves are retrieved. The resolver is simply a definition for calling the gRPC method, and by defining it, message and the method are linked one-to-one. Only one description per message is allowed. Another one is a resolver alone may not be able to retrieve the value to be assigned to its own message. In such case, the resolver can also rely on other messages to retrieve the value for that message. By combining the two, required values can be obtained. Again, this definition defines dependencies. This message can be defined as a dependent message, and it can be multiples. Let's start with resolver. The Federation Service definition is on the left, and the Post-Service Protocol definition is on the right. I'd like to talk about the section called Resolver, which is circled in red. First of all, we said that Resolver defines the gRPC method. The name of the method to be called is specified in the FQDN for the method field. In this case, we want to call the getPost service method to create the post message. So we specify it like this. The red highlighted part of the post service on the right is the corresponding part. In order to continue calling the method, it is also necessary to specify the value to be used in the request. So next, we specify the fields of the request message in the request section. In the post service on the right, get post request message corresponds to get post request, and we will fill in the contents of this get post request. Write the name of the field and by, which I will be explained later, but this is the post ID in the field and specified this value. And $.id will be explained later. Finally, I'll go through how to define the content of response in the reference in the gRPC Federation. So it corresponds to get post reply on the post service side. And I will explain each of the fields. The name field in a response defines the name and the acquired responses in the gRPC federation. As we name it as a response, so next in the field section, we specify which field in the response we want to use as a value. In this case, the field post is specified, which means that only the value in the guest post reply will be used. Finally, auto bind true. This is a slightly complicated function. If a field with the same name and type exists in a BFF side, we want to save the binding and assignment process for that field. So if you look at the post message on the post service side on the right side, you'll see that there are fields called ID title and content from the top, and the field with the same name and the same type also exists on the federation service side on the left. Therefore, the value of this field are automatically bound with this auto bind, and it's written. And next, let's look at a section called messages. That resolver is not enough to create a post message. We have not yet retrieved a user's value, and which is the most important part of the message. So I will explain how to take this. The first step is to specify the name of the message, in which in this case depends on the user message on the federation service side. So for names, we would like to refer to the federation service side user message this time. So we need a name to retrieve the value. So we name it you to refer to the message. Next, we need to describe what kind of message we are referring to in the message itself. When we write user in this message, it means the message user indicated on the plot in a red box on the right. Well, next, let's look at the most important args in order to get a message. Well, please look at the users on the right side on the get message. This one also has a gRPC federation option, which calls the get user method to retrieve the user and bind it to its own field. And user ID was needed to call this get user method. It is necessary to pass this value to the user side. To achieve this, we provide these args and pass the parameters needed to retrieve the dependent message here. This parameter is specifically called a message argument in the gRPC Federation world. The name parameter allows you to specify the name of the message argument. In this case, if the user's message prefixes this name with, again, data dot, the value itself can be referenced. Here is a way to specify argument values. We can define with by, but need a value for this. Earlier, I gave the name res to the resolver response, and we can refer to res and look up the user ID field. So by writing res.user ID and by specifying it with by, the user message side will receive the user ID value. The gRPC Federation field option, which we discussed earlier, provides the necessary information for retrieving user messages and also binding fields. The field options are used to attach values to the field, referring to the values defined in the field options. As shown in the definition of this plot, we use the name U to attach the value of the user message to the both user field using that gRPC Federation field. Finally, added option to the response, and we are done. At the beginning of the design philosophy section, I mentioned that I wanted to focus on response message. Just creating the post message doesn't really complete the implementation of the get post method, which is the gRPC method. So option should be added to the get post reply to indicate the response implementation is complete. So data flow. So as a special specification, the equivalent of a response message argument are the fields in the message on the request side of the gRPC method. To be more specific, as the proto below shows, to create a get post reply message option is needed. In the gRPC Federation message option, you can refer to each field of the get post request message. So if an ID field exists, you can refer to the contents of the request by using the data.id. By using the post messages, well, you can get the message, and the post message is now named P, and the P is referred to by the option gRPC Federation field and is associated with the first post field of the post. I have introduced a simple example, but there are many other functions implemented and planned to be implemented. But you can also reuse the gRPC Federation asset by referring to a proto message method. Also, if you want to define complex logic, as I said, so that you can use custom resolver in the message field options, and only that part can be implemented by Go. The gRPC Federation option can be used for method level control. For example, the timeout can be set for method, and for the one-of option can be defined as a conditional branch. So these are possible. The reason why I have explained the gRPC Federation in such a detail is that gRPC Federation has actually been released as OSS and made available to everyone in a repository called gRPC Hibernated Federations. So it's currently an alpha version, but we will continue to improve it so that it can be used in a production environment by the end of this year. So we are making changes as we go along. We are trying our best to make it one of the solutions that can be used with the gRPC instead of GraphQL in constructing the fidelity architecture. The current status is that we are not accepting the pull request yet. However, we welcome feedback on the feature request, improvement ideas, and usability. So please feel free to submit an issue, or if you want to express your thought in more casual manner, please post your comment on Twitter, and I post my GitHub and Twitter account here. Finally, as a summary, I mentioned the importance of BFF and its advantages and disadvantages in microservice architecture. Merpay is considering dividing the huge BFF into several BFFs to solve the ownership problem. In order to develop each BFF efficiently, we have created a mechanism called the gRPC Federation. gRPC Federation is shown here as an example of simple BFF construction using gRPC Federation. So please try and give us your feedback. I'd like to conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
So I would like to deliver a presentation titled Doing an Engineering Head for Enabling Program. That is, my name is Kazegusuri. Just to introduce myself, I do activities internally, externally under the name Kazegusuri. I joined Mercari about 8 years ago, and I was an SRE. And after about a year ago, it's a little bit different to current Sozo, but I moved a company called xSozo, and I work for the ID payment platform team. And this is the the team that built the ID and payment system that is the foundation for Merpay. And after 1 year later, a company called Merpay was developed in 2018, and the team moved together. And since that transfer, I've been working as an architect. And I've been working as an architect for about 5 years, and I'm still working as an architect. But concurrently, I have started to become an engineering head for the enabling program starting from April of this year. And I would like to introduce you to my job as the engineering head in today's presentation. There are three things I would like to talk about today. And the program structure when we're talking about the enabling program, and also explain about the enabling program within that. And I'll talk about what is the engineering head. And also, I would like to talk about what I do as the engineering head. First, I would like to explain what the program structure looks like. The program structure is the development organization structure within Merpay. And this started in January of this year in 2023. And the program structure is separated into 3 major groups. And the first is journey. The second is foundation, and the third is enabling. So this is structured by those 3 groups. And within the journey group, there are 3 different programs. And foundation has 2 programs. And the enabling program that I work for has 1 program, the enabling program. And those 3 journeys, foundation, enabling, I would like to talk about their roles. Journey is the product development that improves the customer experience. And this is a team that offers customer function, and they work as an organization. And the role of foundation is that for the journey, developing the product, the foundation will provide a common platform. And the enabling program that I work for would provide the support for the development that's done by Journey and Foundation. And this program structure is an organization within Merpay. When you look at it from a group in total, Mercari Coin organization has a different development structure. Mercari has different structure, and Mercoin has a different development structure. And Microservice platform is the one that offers the infrastructure to all the product development throughout the group. And next, I would like to talk about the role of the engineering head. For each program, there is the engineering head and the product head. However, in the enabling program, there is no product head, and so the engineering head is also concurrently serving as the product head. And the engineering head and the product heads are like the equivalent to CTOs and CPO of a company. So these are the people who makes the technical decision making or the people who make the product related decision making. And the engineering head and product head has no people management type of role. And so other than that, there are separate managers who are in charge of the money management within the organization. And just to introduce the teams that reside within the enabling program, there are 7 teams. And to explain each of them, there's the backend architect who is in charge of supporting the backend development, and the team who considers the architecture. And the client architect has other people who does the mobile and front end. And this is a team that supports the client development for each program. And engineering productivity is pretty much for the backend right now, but this is the team that improves the productivity of the backend development. And SRE would be the team that considers different systems to improve the reliability of the company. And data platform and data management would gather the various data through the products in the microservice, and they would make it available for the analysis in the product development. And the last one is QA optimization. And the QA is done by each team, but this is the team that optimizes those QA efforts. And so with a diverse team, the enabling program is structured. And what does an engineering head of an enabling program do? What is the expectation, for example, on a top-down basis? Engineering head will consider the strategy going forward, and do I apply the strategy to each team, or would the teams consider what they want to do on a bottom basis, and do I make the decision? Those are the options. But at this point, it's only been about 3 months since I became an engineering head, and also because the technical area within this enabling program is very broad, so building a strategy and doing a decision making is very, very difficult if I want to do this in the right granularity. And in addition to that, even before these programs were established, that these teams were there already, and these teams would consider what they want to do on their own, and they had their responsibility of executing them. And so they were autonomous teams. So just because we moved to a program structure, I don't think there's a need for changing the direction all of a sudden. So why did I become the engineering head? Or why did I want to become an engineering head? And let me explain the objective. One is that the process of solving the engineering challenge is something that I wanted to decide as a company. Well, I've been working as an architect over 5 years in Merpay, and I found many challenges, and I've taken many processes to solve those challenges. But the process could change depending on the contents of the challenge or the details of the challenge. And in order to solve the challenges, I would have to request different development teams to come up with countermeasures. And I have to consider how to place that request. I mean, if it was a small organization, it was okay to have the one-to-one discussion, but right now, because the company has bigger, we have to consider how to apply this. And I thought that as an architect, I always thought that there should be one standard process to decide the priority of the project and how we solve the challenges. And as an architect, I thought this was a common challenge to all the members who are residing in the enabling team, and that's why I wanted to solve this challenge on the enabling head. And the other, the objective was to develop a common process, but the other thing I wanted to do was that as a company, of course, we are shooting to become a global tech company, but personally, whether it's global or not, but personally, we thought, I should become a tech company.
What does it mean is that technology with the enabling program, and that is well established. Technology and them, they're the people that who does not really know about it, and therefore we would like to approach to those people as well, and we would like to sort of demonstrate to the internal companies that we are doing this kind of things, and that's what we would like to do. And with the current the technology and the framework, and that needs to be improved in order to do so, the investment on the technologies, and that is required, and this is my personal opinion. And as a tech companies, and this cycle should be run. In order to do so, internal enabling team, or the team that is in the enabling department, and how important it is, and that needs to be communicated within the companies, and the individuals as an architect, not just that. However, we would like to communicate to the other people as well from the enabling the team point of view, and that's why I have started doing this. And now, as the engineering head of the enabling program, and what I am doing, which I would like to discuss, and there's 3 points. And first, visualization of the challenge issues, and then also set the company's the project. And the third is that a outcome report. And the first one, visualization of the issue. This is a project roadmap, and which we create, and then, and the purpose of this project roadmap is, what is the role of the enabling program, and what is the outcome that we're expecting, and that should be understood by people in the other team as well. And that's why we are trying to visualize it. The people will understand better. And also, in the format of the roadmap, it will be easier to understand. And that is the objectives. As you see, you can read, and this is a project roadmap. So the unit is a project, and you create the roadmap for each project. And we're using Jira to visualize this roadmap. And it's not completed yet. Now, this is a project. And this is mid to the long-term perspectives. And at Mercari, and we have the concept of the OKR in overall, and setting the short-term objectives, and then we measure the outcome or the result. And however, in case of the OKR, the utilization of the OKR, it is good or it is easy to use for the short-term project. However, in terms of that middle term or the longer term, in the case, it is difficult to use it to set up the objectives. And therefore, we are using the concept of project. And then, in the project, we set that milestone and then also the goals from the mid and the long-term perspectives, and we will set up the milestones saying that on this date, and we are going to complete this. And based on that schema, we run this project. And at the product, it is also used in Mercari Merpay. So this concept of the project is going to be used in the enabling program. And next is a project type. In the enabling program, this is the type of the project, and there's the normal or the project, and then also the important critical project. And there's the two different types of project. And in case of the normal project, by achieving this, we can provide the impact to the other team. And providing the impact to the other team. And therefore, if we can achieve this, in that case, the product developers and all the people, including the PM and engineers and other people as well. And we can say that we are doing this, and also we will be completing this by then. And therefore, there is going to be the impact. And that is going to be the items that we are going to communicate. And the next one is a critical project. Definition will be, by achieving this, we'll be able to provide the impact to the objectives of the company level. So the company's OKR, or the company's important objectives, there is going to be an impact. So the PPs or other programs, product or engineer head, they should be aware of this. And that's why we would explain that in enabling, in these are the critical project that we were working on. And next, what was it? And the company goal. So, which is a Merpay engineering project. This is another project to achieve the company goal. And at the Merpay, the critical engineering the issues, that is the focus. And originally at the Merpay, at the company level, engineers OKR that's been applied. And that's different from the corporate ones. And there's engineer levels. And in the same manner, in case of the OKR, and that's also only focus on the short-term objectives. But in engineering related, the project is going to be a longer term. And therefore, and the corporate Merpay engineering project, we also focus on this the critical project, and from the enabling the critical project, they apply that company's project. And what will happen is that at the company level, engineering project, in that case, the PP is going to be assigned so that we can get the support. And therefore, if decision-making is necessary, or the priority of the program needs to be changed. In that case, the VPs will be able to explain. And for this engineering project, bi-weekly basis, there's a meeting to make a report of the progress status and the challenges of the project, so that everybody knows that what is a broker and a BP or other engineering head or the other project head, and they will be able to help us. Now, this is a meeting to present the outcome. And from each team of the enabling, representatives will present. And this is once in the quarterly. We will discuss what's the outcome, what we have done in about 3 months. And before that, we are using the OKR in each team, and in the past quarter, And this is what we have done, and this was the result. And but the other team didn't know that what they're doing. So the other people think that other people in the other team will think that what the enabling program is doing. And in terms of the engineering areas, that there's no progress. A lot of people think in that way, and therefore I wanted to improve that situation, and therefore we have set up this kind of presentation meetings to be able to communicate what was the project that we were working on, and what was the deliverable or the result. And in these meetings, and all the people who's involved in the product development are invited, and all the quarters outcome has been presented this month, and approximately 100 people has attended, and 100 people, that means this is quite a big figure to attend the meeting internally, and 100 people attended because they want to know that what the enabling program is doing. And at the end, and this is going to be the last slide, and I am an enabling engineering head, and I have done several things to improve the process of the project. And then I think the process is well defined. So is at the end? No, it's not. And there's many areas to be improved. And for example, there is the company levels engineering, the issues or problems in the case. What is the relations with the product priorities? And that's something that we have to think. And then also we had this kind of outcome. And then should we invest more so that we can work on more, or whether we should stay as it is? And we have to make a decision on that. And that's something that we need to work much. And also, we need to continue doing this because the quota is not just enough to provide a result. So we will improve what we're doing, and at the same time, we would like to continue what we've been doing in the past. And that is very important, I think. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
So we'd like to begin day 3 closing session. So this is the closing session for entire conference. So we have about 20 minutes. So we'd like to have a very casual, informal conversation as a part of closing session. I am Hidaka again. So very nice to meet you all once again. So, of course, we welcome the questions from viewers. So, let's make it fun. But before that, there's one announcement. But before moving on to announcement, so I'd like to introduce the closing speakers. So, Kimura-san, would you like to introduce yourself? As I already introduced in the beginning, so Merpay, so I'm a CTO. So this is my second self-introduction, so I will go briefly. Merpay Mercoin, so I'm responsible for technology. Thank you. Keigo-san. So I'm a VP also at Merpay, so thank you very much. So Keigo-san, thank you very much for your session. Newton-san. I'm a VP OE for platform, so I'm new too. Nice to meet you all. So we have 3 speakers. So there are 2 topics. So we have a 20 minutes. Again, so it's going to be a very casual conversation. And meantime, there are certain things we want viewers to do. We are collecting the survey, so and this is again the final ask one more time. So more than 80 members are watching, so we have 40 surveys collected. So I'm really hoping to get 100 feedback. So while you watch the closing session, so that on the chat section, so you can see the link from where you can submit your survey and feedback. So that again, that 100 people who submit the survey can get this again freebie. So this is the Mercari branded towels, and it's not for sale. I know a lot of people wanted to get that. So, but for those who are watching right now, so this is your last chance to get this Mercari, a special custom-made towel. So again, we'd like to get 100 feedback, definitely. And that's for housekeeping information. So after 3 days, any comment or feedback from speakers? So how did you feel for these past 3 days? So give us your feedback. Simply, it was fun. I couldn't watch all of them, but I was able to watch some of the session, and there were great learnings. So I felt a lot of other members were watching as well. And you do sound, it was the first time for you to be a part, and how did you feel? So again, there are great new things I learned by being part of this, again, Tech Fest. That was great. And then I know that all of the speakers, so while doing the daily task, so they again presented again their materials in this session, so that was quite something. And Kimura-san, so after your initial again talk on day 1, and you went on the business trips. Are you in India, Kimura-san? Yes, I'm in India.
2 in the daytime and in India. I am in India, and I'm speaking from India. And in the same hemisphere, so it's pretty hot summer, isn't it? No, it's a little cooler in India, so 20 centigrade or so. So Kimura-san, how do you be on this? And you have to sort of move to India, though. So I kind of had a great impression. I was very much moved that you may feel like I'm a kind of young person, but I learned a lot, and then also I was very much attached. And continuously, we're trying to grow. And I think the organization that I like is that we can, all of us can grow together. So your learnings can be shared, or why you have changed the specification, and if you can communicate to each other, and in the case, we'll be able to grow each other. And all the people shared a lot of information without hiding anything. So that attitude, I really liked it very much, and I was moved very much. And it's like we are doing the offsite meeting internally, and delivering to outside customers as well, because everybody would like to contribute to that development. And Saka's open source, that's one thing. And I think that we'll be able to contribute and provide a good impact to the society. And we are learning here. And that's what I felt. Because we are in the organization, we don't really know what is the great things and what is the normal things. And we probably do not we're not aware of that. And I think that is very important. That kind of sense is very important. And like Keigo-san, you are working in Mercari for long term. And in terms of this kind of culture, the learning from each other and growing together, is it what happened and how was the before? And at the time when we founded the Mercari, at that time, long time ago, we used to say that it is like openness and also focus. So tech blog and Tech Fest has also the same purpose, but on the blog and the settlement and details mechanism, and that's all opened since a long time ago. So Merpay's microservice names, and that's actually is communicate to the outside as well. If it's not excluding the very, very the little things that we should keep it aside. Other than that, we try to become open. And I really like that open. And you too, San, you're a fresh person here, right? And do you feel there's some kind of gap compared to the company that you worked before? And before I came here, I was reading the Advent Calendar blog before I came to here. So I didn't was be able to understand the understanding that context, and that was a big thing. And what Keigo-san said, the EM is actually looking at and at this, and who was in this audience, and who was saying that this is too open, even though and the Metal is actually doing the watch party behind this. And they are not actually doing any the regular work, and Mekamine Wakame-san, and those people are the employees of our company, and they're doing some kind of party out there. And about the 3 days, we hosted this event. And do you have any? And there's another additional theme that I would like to ask, and this is going to be the next slide, and the future about the Merpay Mercoin, and what kind of the organization that we are trying to head for, and also anything like any issues for the challenges for the futures. Anybody? And today, I thought that was great in today's session. And I was in India already, and there's an India Development Center, and a collaboration with India that we are promoting now recently, and international environment that was set, and in the many locations we are trying to develop, and we probably hard today, and there's a lot of challenging things.
Well, example, we have to coordinate the development process, and we have to align the documentation between and this multiple sites. But I think this gave us the opportunity to organize our development organization and style. So despite the fact that there are some challenges, I think we can promote global development style further. And that's the area I'd like to focus on. I agree. So initially, we have a development resource concentrated in Tokyo, but we are changing. So I think it's a great move. So our organization is evolving. So Keigo-san and Yutu-san, you will be spearheading this kind of transformation. So what's your thought? So future of Merpay and Mercoin. So and the marketplace, and also Mercari's, and we have to think about affinity with Merpay and Mercoin. So like we target so-called friction society or the frictionless society and a frictionless fintech. So I think that we will further promote Merpay and Mercoin, and also for the marketplace. And so we will continuously work with India teams closely. Of course, that we have to think about coordination from an organization perspective, as well as coordination of technologies. So cross-border and data access policy and securities, there are certain hurdles we have to overcome, and we have to be really mindful when we design. And Merpay and Mercoin we used Japan resource, and so hence that Japan flavors are reflected in Merpay Mercoin, and we have to make sure that should be understood by overseas members. So speaking of the cross-border again conditions, of course regulation and law differ country by country, and that has to be captured. Thank you. Keiko-san, any thought? So speaking of future, Kazek-san, the head of the enabling team, spoke right before closing. So it was mentioned that, well, as a vision to become a tech company, I know that we are already too busy doing our daily work, but it's important to have a right vision and declare that. If you look at today's Merpay is an accumulation of all of the effort from, again, that tons of members. And so it's great just to have feedback. So we shouldn't take this Mercari or the Merpay for granted, and we have to respect that all of the accomplishment thanks to the effort made by all the members. And so that, again, in addition to respecting the history, so of course we should continue further development. Well, that's excellent thoughts. Thank you. So again, let's envision to be a global tech company. But we still have 5 minutes left. So although that was a great ending message. So I have a question I'd like to ask to you. So we have held Tech Fest. So Kimura-san, you mentioned that we have to speak more publicly, and especially about what we are doing as a Mercari. So what is the thing we have to really think about when we try to communicate more, again, proactively as a tech company? So it's important to have a vision to be a global tech company.
And should be technology driven to growth, and that perspective is very important. In order to do so, the technical roadmap should be created, and then the technology should be applied in the right way, and we need to have that roadmap. Otherwise, we may not be able to learn, and then also we cannot assign the engineers. And therefore, if our goal is that to grow as a tech company, in that case, technical roadmap have to be prepared, and we should get the agreement from the companies so that we'll be able to grow that technology, and therefore we'll be able to dispatch our communications regarding that technology to the outside as well, and other companies will will probably would like to learn from us as well. And that kind of that tech company that we would like to aim for. And is there anybody's opinion on this? And dispatching and communicating to the outside is that the internal engineers, I think that they do have lots of the information, lots of seed and lots of good, interesting stuff. And however, because they are quite busy, and therefore they may not have time to share that information with other people. So the internal tech talk that Hidaka-san actually planned, and that was great. And also the Tech Brogue and also Tech Fest, and those could be some kind of trigger. And people probably think that maybe this is quite interesting, and so that we should probably present this. And the hurdle should be lower, and if we can actually present in a casual way, that would be good. And as Keigo-san said, I agree to that, and that is very important. And then also maybe incentive could be one of the things. And the technologies, if a person who actually dispatch the technologies, and in that case, we should get the good feedback, and we should provide them a good feedback or something like an incentive. And because people are busy, and taking balance is very difficult. But as long as that's possible, and for this event was very special, and the 3 days, and for some other people actually focus on this event and not to work. And I think that people actually took a good balance to attend this as well while doing the regular jobs. And from the very beginning, I was involved in this Tech Fest, and for the first time, I got the role of the facilitator or the MCs, and there's lots of the expectations. 80 people are here today, and 200 people on the day one at the audience, and I hope that this is going to be the baseline, or the presentation will be the baseline in the society. And it's about time to close, but before closing, maybe one remarks from each person. Before we close, there's no thing, but unleash could be one of the word that you can use, or any declaration for the future. Kimura-san could be the end. And Michi-san, please start. We are going to change the order. Sorry for the surprise. And I was thinking, what should I say? Enrich. Because at the time of the myself joining the company, and that was a new thing. And there's a lot of discussion internally and how to enrich ourselves, and that becoming the basis. And I think it's a great cooperation. So I also would like to do that enrich part. And 3-day session. From that, if audience can learn something, then if we can if we can be familiar with the Mercari product, or if you are engineers and for the hiring, then you can apply for the job. Thank you very much. And next, Keigo-san. And it was very sort of the good and polite and official the comment, but at the same time, at backside of the presentations, there's a lot of challenges, even though we did not really present it. However, in Merpay, there's a lot of problems and issues still. So for this, and from there, something that we'll be able to acquire, and we would like to communicate and deliver to the others, and the company that we would like to try to aim for.
Kimura-san, please. First of all, thank you very much for those who contributed to this event, and thank you very much for watching. So we were able to have such a significant, somewhat emotional event, so I can't thank you enough. as I said in the beginning, so I think we have set the right foundation for fintech. Nevertheless, so I think we can make again the things more convenient to people by leveraging the components we have built so far. So we can create a frictionless society. So the keyword is unleash fintech. So there are numerous opportunities to utilize fintech. So therefore, we like all of the presenters have presented excellent ideas. So we look forward to holding this Tech Fest again next year. So we can look back to what we have unleashed. So in the next year, so I know that there's a lot of things under preparation. So that we hope to be able to announce a lot of new initiative when the right timing comes. So I hope that the viewers will come back to next year's Tech Fest. But thank you very much for closing remarks. So Kimura-san said there are more to come. So that's exciting. So finally, New Tucson, you said you'd like to do some YouTuber gesture. Shall we do that together? And you want to do the gesture, like please sign up my channel type of gesture? So for past 3 days, so if you liked this Tech Fest, please again press like button in YouTube's. The buttons are right there. New-san, you look a little bit nervous, but thank you very much. Again, that likes button encourage us. So please do not forget to press likes. And also, one more time, so please give us your feedback through survey. And Kimura-san said we'd like to definitely hold Tech Fest next year. So Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest 2023. Thank you for watching. So we'll see you all next year. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.